A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Yes, it's the Goldbergs. You know, ladies, some people just don't seem to understand what I've been saying about the wonderful new granulated soap called Duz. When I tell you that this new Duz is a soap for everything in your wash, I mean Duz does all three kinds of wash.
Well, you mean it gets greasy work shirts clean?
Oh, absolutely.
And gets things like towels snowy white?
Yes, go on.
Well, you don't mean this same Duz will do my pretty colored rayon slips, too?
Indeed I do. Why, Duz is actually safer for those nice colors than any other leading granulated wash day soap. And yet, Duz get your streaky towels dazzling white. In fact, you've never seen whiter washes than Duz gives you.
But listen here. If this Duz is so safe, won't that mean lots of scrubbing on the extra dirty pieces?
No, ma'am, not with Duz. There's not a bit of hard scrubbing and no boiling either. Why, you can't find a soap that gets tough dirt out easier than Duz.
Say, that sounds like good news for my spring house cleaning. I need a soap that'll get things like my wash rugs clean. They're so full of dirt.
Say, Duz will take care of them all right. In fact, new Duz is one soap for all the washing you have at house cleaning time. From the dirtiest rugs to your prettiest washable slipcovers and rayon net curtains. Why, Duz makes easy work of the tough jobs, yet it treats those fussy colors with the real gentleness you want.
Well, I guess you're not fooling when you say Duz does everything.
No, ma'am, just you try Duz, and you'll see what wonders it does. You'll find it's not just a new improvement of an old soap, but a really new kind of granulated soap. Just look for that big red and white box with the name D-U-Z Duz. And remember, during spring house cleaning time and all the time, let Duz do everything in your wash. And now, the Goldbergs. Molly's on her way back to Glastonbury from New York. In fact, her train is pulling into the little station at this very moment. And what makes Molly impatient to get home is the fact that Rosie wants to come home from Florida. Now, although Rosie just arrived there, her heart is calling her back to Glastonbury and Walter Jerome, even though she knows that Walter's engaged to marry someone else. And at the Goldberg house, Seymour's heart is engaged too. Listen.
If you want to go to the station and meet your mother, Sammy, I don't mind waiting here. You could go.
It's all right, Seymour. I want to be here if Rosie should call.
Well, I could relay any message to Rosie. If the call comes in, I could...
It's all right, Seymour.
Oh. Is it all right if I take an apple?
Hope so.
Thanks. I can imagine how your mother must be distressed.
Why don't you take an apple if you want one?
Yeah, I will. You don't mind if I wait here till your mother comes, do you, Sammy?
No, why should I mind?
Did you meet Norma yet, Walter's fiancée?
No.
She's very beautiful.
Yeah, don't forget to write that to Rosie.
What'd you say, Sammy?
Oh, nothing. Excuse me, I'll be right back.
The train is in already. Thank goodness your mother's back on Glastonbury soil. Did you hear me, Sammy?
No. What did you say, Seymour?
I said I heard the whistle of the train. Your mother's arriving.
Uh-huh.
Sammy, would it be asking too much if I asked you to let me see Rosie's letter?
It's rather personal, Seymour.
Oh, well, that's all right. I understand. Would it be asking too much if I asked you how she is?
She's all right.
She wants to come home, though, doesn't she?
Well, that's only natural.
You mean because she's attached to her family, or because she...
Seymour, what do you want to know? Just ask me.
Gee, Sammy, you get more like your father every day.
Why not? I told you the other day I don't want to...
But can I help it if I'm concerned? Can I help it if I'm upset and worried and sick? Yes, sick. I'm not a mother, and I'm just a young man with no experience of parenthood. But I would never have allowed my child to go so far away from home. Now, when Rosie needs her mother most...
Seymour, she's with my aunt.
An aunt is not a mother. A girl needs a mother in critical times of her life.
Seymour, there's nothing my mother would want more than to be with Rosie now, but there were other considerations.
What, if I may ask?
You may not ask.
You treat me like a stranger.
What else are you?
Friend.
And why did you tell Rosie that Walter had a sweetheart who was coming up to Glastonbury? That's why Rosie went away.
You wanted Rosie to go away. That's why I told her. What other reason would I have?
I don't know.
I have character, Sammy. I might not have looks or money or good manners or even a substantial amount of brains or intellect, but I have character. Remember that. I have character, Sammy.
You're all right. I'm sorry. You have character.
Yes, I have. It wouldn't take all the yelling and hollering I do from your father if I didn't. I came here to a small town in order to improve myself. I thought I had a better chance for advancement. Now I need no promises. There's a bigger career ahead of me.
All right, Seymour, I'm sorry.
It's not all right. If you think I told Rosie because
what difference does it make?
To me and my conscience, it makes a big difference. I'll right every wrong I've encountered. That's why I've enlisted too. My private life will not be less than my public life. I'm using your telephone, Sammy, and don't worry, I'm replacing the charges. The only time your father was gentle to me was when I told him I was enlisting in the Navy. And that was his respect for the Navy and not for me as a person. As an individual with feelings in the heart. And let me remind you, as a person with character.
Don't get hysterical on me, please.
Hello? Hello, operator? I want 310649 and reverse the charges. Yeah, I want to speak to Mrs. Fingerhood. Yes, please. Yeah, it's in New York City. Yeah, I'll wait.
My mother will be here soon, Seymour. She's upset enough.
I'm sorry.
I don't care if you're sorry or not. I just don't want her upset more than she is.
Hello? Hello, who is this, Brady? Seymour. Let me talk to Mama. All right, Brady, all right. Don't ask me about your business. I don't know, Mr. Jerome. I only know her son. And if I didn't know him, I'd be better off. Listen, I called up especially to talk to Mama. Yeah, Mrs. Goldberg was in New York, but she's coming back to Glastonbury this afternoon. She didn't have leisure enough to call you. Listen, nobody knows Mrs. Jerome well enough to put in a word for you. What are you worried about beauty on wheels? You'll have to change it anyway. There's no tires. Wake up. We're not living in ordinary times. Will you let me talk to Mama? If I reverse the charges, you don't pay the bills, and until such a time, don't question me. Listen, will you give me Mama? All right, so you move for her. I'll wait.
Come in. Lay down, Spotty, lay down.
How are you, Sandy?
I'm fine. Give me your bag.
That's all right. Papa's got my little bag, my coat.
Okay.
But lay down, Spotty. All night. I plead you. Look how that dog is jumping on me. Oh,
Spotty, get down.
Father, welcome from an animal. Go out. I'll see you after, Spotty. Oh, he missed me. Hello, Seymour.
Hello, Mrs. Goldberg.
How are you? You're on the telephone?
Yes, Mrs. Goldberg. Brady, are you getting Mama?
Help Mama with those things.
That's all right,
Sammy.
dear. That's all right. Family, Papa says you got Rosalie's letter?
Yeah, come inside, Ma. I've got it right here. Seymour's calling his mother.
Oh.
I
all
reversed
right.
the charges, Mr. Goldberg.
Thank you. Come on,
Give me
Ma.
Rosalie's letter, please,
Yeah,
Sammy.
right here.
I want to see Rosalie's letter, please. I want to see exactly what it
Hello, Ma. Seymour. Yeah, Seymour. Oh, I'm all right. I'm fine. How are you? Oh, any more trouble with your old trouble? Can you sleep on your side now? Oh, all right. Listen, Ma, and don't say no to me.
still on the phone?
1 minute, Ma. Oh, Mrs. Goldberg, will you please just say hello to my mother?
I'm in a hurry
Oh,
now.
please, Mrs. Goldberg.
Hello? Hello? Mrs. Fingerhorn?
Tell her that I come to your house at least twice a week for supper and she'll feel much better.
Yes, this is Mrs. Goldberg. Yes, well, I just returned. Seymour's a wonderful boy. He comes to my house. He's here now. Yes, that's all right. We like him very much. We're very devoted to the boy. The whole family. Yes, Mr. Goldberg, and he's doing very well in his job. Yes. Why don't you come sometimes and then take a sojourn for a weekend? That's all right. We have room. Be very glad to see. How was Birdie? Uh-huh. Well, I don't know, Mrs. Jerome. I didn't let the woman yet. Yeah. Well, all right, I would speak quite only, yes. Oh, all right, just a minute, I'll give you Seymour back. Just 1 minute, Seymour.
Yeah,
I guess finish quickly.
I will.
Let me talk to her.
Yeah. Hello, Ma. Look, Ma, remember the insurance policy you took out for me when Papa was still alive? Yeah, well, how old was I? Well, it's due, isn't it? Don't get excited, Ma. I'm not getting married.
Still on the phone, Seymour?
I need it for another purpose, Ma.
My mother wants to use the phone.
I'll be through in a minute. Hello, Ma. I have to go to Florida. Yeah. No, not for pleasure, for duty. Hello, Ma.
Seymour, Mrs. Goldberg wants to talk.
Ma, I'll have to call you back.
Rosalind's waiting to hear from me.
Yeah, I'll call you back, Ma.
Finish your conversation, Seymour, but make it abbreviated.
What right, Ma? Not everybody goes to Florida for pleasure.
That's right, Seymour. I'm going too, and it's not for pleasure.
Looks like all Glastonbury is starting a migration to Florida. And all because Rosie fell in love with Walter Jerome. But Walter isn't just a passive bystander in this hurricane of feeling that's hit the Goldberg home, as we shall see. You know, I've discovered what seems to be the chief cause of your dishwashing troubles. It's those old-fashioned halfway soaps. Yes, if you've been using a bar soap, you're only getting a halfway job because it cheats you on speed. Or, if you've been using a tough granulated soap, it falls short on kindness to your hands. Then I say, it's time you met new Does. That amazing new kind of granulated soap. Does everything in your wash, and it has everything for dishes, too. From whirlwind speed to greater kindness to your hands. Notice how satin smooth your hands feel after doing dishes with Does. It's kinder to your hands than any other leading granulated wash-day soap. Yet no soap can beat Does for speedy dishwashing. It cuts even tough grease without any hard scouring. Remember, you can tell by the suds how different Does is. Just try Does today. It has everything for dishes. And be sure to listen to the next episode of The Goldbergs. Next time, Molly tries to understand her position, while Walter is making up a new position for his mother. This is James Fleming, wishing you a good day for Procter & Gamble, the makers of Does, the new kind of granulated soap for all three kinds of wash.
Now it's Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. Well, quite a few romances have started between faculty members teaching at the same school. But for our Miss Brooks, who teaches English at Madison High School, romance is a problem.
It's really two problems. Problem number one is the object of my affections, Mr. Philip Boynton, biology teacher. He's so bashful, he won't even shave himself unless he's wearing a tie. And problem number two is the strict anti-fraternization rule laid down by Madison's beloved principal, Osgood Conklin. Of course, Mr. Boynton devised a very effective method of getting around this rule. He suggested that we stop seeing each other entirely. However, I immediately used my power of veto, and before he could take it to the General Assembly, we convened for 2 dates away from the school. The last date occurred on Wednesday night, and Thursday morning at breakfast, my landlady asked for details.
Now tell me everything that happened last night, Connie.
We went to a movie, Mrs. Davis.
And
we came home. And fold up your program. The recital is over. Pass the cream, please.
But what did Mr. Boynton say? What did he do?
Nothing. Pass the cream.
I can't understand that man. Here he has date after date with a girl who's intelligent, attractive, wholesome, chic, charming. And what does he do about it?
Nothing. Pass the cream. Oh, it's not that he isn't fond of me, Mrs. Davis, but he's been worried lately about someone very near and dear to him.
A relative?
Yes, his pet frog, McDougal. It seems with the cold weather coming on, Mac is very prone to laryngitis, and there are no heating facilities for the cages. The least the school should do is put some heating equipment in there.
Why doesn't Mr. Boynton ask Mr. Conklin for it?
Because Mr. Boynton is almost as terrified of Mr. Conklin as he is of me. He wouldn't dare ask him for anything.
Then you've got to do it, Connie. Don't you see? If you get the things that he needs, Mr. Boynton won't be so preoccupied and worried when he's out on dates with you.
Well, it's worth a try, I guess. Now, if I can remember where I left it, I'll put my face on and get ready for Walter Denton. He's driving me to school again.
You mean your car is still in the repair shop?
Yes, the mechanic called yesterday and said it would take a bit longer this time. It seems they're having a little trouble with the motor.
What kind of trouble?
They've misplaced it. I'm glad you picked me up early today, Walter. I've got to stop in Mr. Conklin's office before my first class.
Oh, what a depressing way to start off the day. I'm glad I don't have to see our beloved principal this morning. I'm low enough already.
Low?
Yeah, I feel gloomier than a school teacher's personality. Present company accepted, of course.
Of course. What's the reason for your blue mood? Did Harriet Conklin give you the go-by?
Oh, no, ma'am. No, Harriet and I are still an item. It's Stretch Snodgrass who's preying on my mind.
Maybe that's because he hasn't got one of his own.
Yeah, I know he's never been exactly a beacon of brilliance scholastically, Miss Brooks, but on that gridiron, he's always been a tower of strength. Up to last week, that is.
What happened last week?
Well, you saw the game last Saturday. Didn't you see what he did?
Sure. He picked up a fumble and ran 85 yards with it. Of course, I couldn't quite figure out why I was the only one in my section who was cheering.
He ran the wrong way. That's how Oakhurst beat us, on that one numbskull play. Now, if Stretch doesn't perk up, we'll lose our big game to Clay City next week.
What do you think is the cause of this change, Walter?
Yeah, I know what it is. The big goof's in love.
In love?
Yeah, and the trouble is he won't tell anybody who the girl is. Oh, wait a minute. You know, he's very fond of you, Miss Brooks. Maybe you could straighten him out. You know, have a talk with him and...
I'd like to help, Walter, but I've got a more pressing problem this morning. That's why I'm going straight to Mr. Conklin's office.
Well, what could possibly be more pressing than Madison's winning the Battle of the Year?
My winning the Battle of Boynton's Lab.
Daddy, why are you so despondent?
Because of our coach's report on Snodgrass, that's why. He's been playing abominably, and the coach knows the reason. The big moose is in love.
In love? Oh, but isn't there something we can do, Daddy?
If there were, I'd be doing it. You don't think I want to lose this game to Jason Brill's Clay City nincompoops, do you?
Well, of course not, Daddy. I know Mr. Brill's your arch rival.
He's worse than that. He's just no way out. There's no way I could possibly feel any worse than I do right now.
Have you thought of Miss Brooks, Daddy?
You have just shown me a way.
Miss Brooks might be able to help. If there's one person in this school whom Stretch admires and respects, it's her. Maybe she could pull him out of his doldrums.
So you might have something there at that. As soon as she gets to school, come in.
Oh, pardon me, Mr. Conklin. If you're busy, I'll come back later.
Not at all, Miss Brooks. Harriet was just leaving for a class. Run along, child.
Okay, Daddy. See you later, Miss Brooks.
Goodbye, Harriet.
Well, sit down, won't you? Over here by my desk. That's the most comfortable chair.
Maybe you don't know who I am, sir. It's Miss Brooks.
I know it's Miss Brooks, and I'm delighted that you dropped in to see me this morning.
You are? Well, then it won't be so difficult to ask a favor.
You want a favor of me, Miss Brooks?
Yes, I do, sir.
Oh, now isn't that a coincidence?
I'm on favor of you. One hand washes the other, eh?
That's as good a way as any to get them both clean. What is your favor, Mr. Conklin?
Well, as you know, Madison's big football game with Clay City is to be played next week.
Yes, sir.
You are also aware of my intense rivalry with Jason Brill, their principal.
Yes, sir, but what do you want of me, Mr. Conklin?
Well, it's very simple, Miss Brooks. Perhaps you've heard about Snodgrass running the wrong way last Saturday.
Uh-huh.
Now, you know that nobody with half a brain could make a mistake like that twice, except perhaps Snodgrass. And that idiot woman a few rows behind me who kept cheering him.
Next Saturday, I'll keep my mouth shut. What do you think I can do about Stretch, Mr. Conklin?
Well, you may be able to straighten him out. You see, Miss Brooks, he's been even worse in practice this week than in that game last Saturday, and the coach seems to think it's because he's in love.
That's what Walter Denton thinks, too.
Does Denton know with whom?
No, sir, nobody does.
Exactly. And that's where you come in. In his lame-brained, dunce-like way, Snodgrass admires you greatly. He has his reasons, I'm sure.
We lame-brained dunces are pretty clannish.
Well, what I meant was you seem to be the logical person to find out just what little baggage is turning Snodgrass's head. And I use the word advisedly.
And if I find out, what then?
Then your natural feminine instincts will come to the fore, and you will devise some way to circumvent the activities of the aforementioned bit of baggage. Now then, what is the favor you seek?
Well, Mr. Boynton needs some new equipment for the biology lab, and he's too timid to ask for it.
He shall have it. What kind of equipment?
Or some heating facilities, for one thing, and more comfortable cages for his frogs and guinea pigs.
It's done. Anything else?
Else? Well, now that you mention it, I could use a new desk and some new window shades in my room. I also would like to have it painted a nice, cheerful shade of green.
And Miss Brooks, you are speaking with Osgood Conklin, not the Aga Khan.
Well, if that is the way you feel about it, sir, maybe Stretch and his girl should be left alone. After all,
a nice, cheerful shade of green it is. Now, you're sure you know what to do, Miss Brooks?
Leave it to me, Mr. Conklin. When I get through with him, Stretch will not only check his baggage, he won't call for her for 30 days. Well, I took advantage of a free period I had right before lunch and sought out Madison's moon-eyed mastodon, Stretch Snodgrass. I found him near the water fountain in the hall. He was slouching against the wall and seemed half asleep. But when I approached him, he snapped to attention.
Hi.
Hello, Stretch. I hope I'm not keeping you up. I hope I'm not keeping you from any of your classes. But I would like to talk to you for a few minutes.
Well, you ain't keeping me from nothing, Miss Brooks. French classes are the place which I'm supposed to have been at pretty soon from now. But my French can wait.
At least until your English catches up. Stretch, what I wanted to talk to you about was your football playing. You know yourself that you're not playing as well as you used to, and a lot of your friends around here are beginning to worry about it.
Why should they worry? Gosh, just because I don't play over my head in every game, everybody gets all upset. This season's been nothing but practice, practice, practice. The guy can't go on like that with just all work and no play. After all, I ain't no automatron.
No automatron?
You know, a mechanical man. The kind they call a Robert. Besides, a little relaxing never hurt nobody.
Stretch, why should a young boy like yourself be yawning in the middle of the morning?
I'm tired.
Couldn't have thought of a better answer if I'd tried all day.
My new girlfriend thinks relaxing is good for me. She won't even let me quit lumbering and take her home till 1 a.m. It's been going on like that for the last 2 weeks.
Who is this new girlfriend, Stretch?
Oh, no, you don't.
No, I don't what?
You don't get Judy's name out of me. My promised to keep it a secret.
Well, that's your privilege. If you don't want me to know Judy's name, I'm not going to know Judy's name. That's all there is to that. Judy what?
Gosh, I didn't even want that part of her name to get out, but it just slipped. Well, look, Miss Brooks, you wouldn't want me to break a promise, would you?
Fervently. Listen, Stretch, even if you enjoy all this rumbering, don't your girl's parents object to these late hours every night?
Oh, I'm sure they don't.
How can you be so sure?
Her old man gives me the money to take her out.
What?
Sure. He's not like our principal. Mr. Brill's a real good sport.
Stretch, you mean to tell me you've been taking out Judy Brill?
How do you know?
A little bird brain told me. I can't wait to see Mr. Conklin's reaction to this bit of news.
Gosh, Miss Brooks, you're not going to tell Mr. Conklin, are you?
Not yet, Stretch. Out of consideration for his family, there's something I've got to find out first.
What's that?
If his life insurance is paid up. I've talked through your entire lunch, Mr. Boynton, but it couldn't be helped. If we're going to get any favors from Mr. Conklin, we've got to straighten out Stretch Snodgrass.
I'm glad you told me the story, Miss Brooks. Imagine Jason Brill putting his own daughter up to a trick like that. What kind of a girl is this Judy Brill, anyhow?
Well, you know the expression, sweet 16 and never been kissed.
Yes.
When this kid reached 12, she was ineligible. I met her last summer, Mr. Boynton. Judy Brill is quite a little firebrand. She's at an age now where she considers all males fair game.
There's an age?
This boy's been learning biology as well as teaching it. Look, Mr. Boynton, when I found out that Stretch was going with Jason Brill's daughter, I devised a plan. We're going to beat Jason Brill at his own game. All we have to do is to get Stretch to think that Judy's just a flirt, and he'll lose all interest in her.
But how do we do that?
By letting Stretch catch her on a date with some other boy.
What other boy?
Walter Denton.
Walter Denton?
Did I hear somebody mention my name?
Oh, you're just in time, Walter. Sit down, please. Mr. Boynton and I would like to talk to you.
Okay. Have you thought of any way to get Stretch's mind off the mystery woman and back on his football game, Miss Brooks?
Yes, Walter, I've thought of a dilly of a plan. But it requires some cooperation from you.
Oh, we should all do whatever we can, Walter. This is a crisis.
Well, yeah, but what can I do? He won't even tell me the name of this chick.
The name of the chick is Judy Brill, and her father's been paying all the expenses to keep Stretch out late every night rumbering.
Rumbering?
Yes, rumbering. While the Clay City team is getting its rest, Judy Brill is keeping our star player's backfield in motion. I know the kind of a boy Stretch is, and if we can arrange to have him catch Judy with another boyfriend, I know he'll forget all about her.
Not only forget about her, but it might make him so mad he'll go out on that field Saturday and play the game of his life.
Say, that sounds like a swell idea. Yeah, of course, Stretch is boxing champ of Madison, too, so it might not be so pleasant for the guy he catches with his girl. But that's a necessary risk, I guess. Who's the chump you've got lined up to be the patsy in this?
Don't be crude, Patsy. Walter. I thought that you'd be happy to volunteer for the job.
Me?
You want to see Madison beat Clay City, don't you?
Well, sure I do, but will I have my bandages off in time? Oh, you've never seen Stretch fight. I have.
Believe me, Walter, Mr. Boynton and I will make sure that Stretch doesn't lay a hand on you.
He doesn't have to. He could kick me to death. No, I'm afraid you'll just have to count me out, folks. No.
Count you out? Oh, but Walter, Stretch is a very dear friend of yours. You don't want to see him ruin his life, do you?
Don't you see, Walter, this girl isn't right for Stretch. It isn't just a football game that's involved. It's a boy's future.
But what about my future?
What about your future?
I want to be around when it gets here. Oh, Stretch has a terrible temper, and if he catches me making goo-goo eyes at his girl, he'll clobber me till I'm dismal. Besides, there's Harriet Conklin. You know, we're virtually betrothed. Now, what would she think if she heard I was out with another girl?
She won't hear, Walter. And even if she does, we can always explain that you were just doing it for the good of your school.
No, I'm sorry. No, I'd rather not take the chance.
I'm surprised at you, Walter. Haven't you any sense of loyalty?
Haven't you any school spirit? This whole thing won't take you more than half an hour. All you have to do is sit on the couch and put your arms around a little red-headed girl with big blue eyes, a cute little turned-up nose, and an adorable mouth.
No, I still think that if Stretch had an adorable mouth...
Exquisite.
Nobody can say I haven't got any school spirit. What time and where?
Make it 8 o'clock tonight at my place. I'll drop over to Clay City High this afternoon and tell Judy I'm thinking of accepting her father's invitation to join the faculty there next term. Then I'll invite her over to my place for dinner, ostensibly so I can ask some questions about my new pupil.
But supposing she won't come?
Oh, she'll be glad to come. Judy Brill's just a little girl. And to be asked to dinner by a woman like Miss Brooks is quite flattering. After all, when you get right down to ages...
When you get right down to ages, I'm almost twice as tall as Judy Brill. Well, Part A of my plan worked perfectly, and that afternoon I persuaded Judy Brill to have dinner at my house. So at 8 o'clock that evening, we were in the living room, gabbing away like a couple of old... extremely young magpies.
I'm sure glad you asked me over tonight, Miss Brooks. The dinner was wonderful, and I've enjoyed talking to you about your teaching at Clay City next term.
I suppose you feel you should be out dancing Stretch's feet off, but you've still got 3 nights before the big game, and not seeing you tonight will only make him more anxious.
You're so right. Men are such problems. They're just like children. You've got to play up to their ego and convince each one he's the only man in your life. Oh, but listen to me telling you about men. A sophisticated, charming woman like you. Tell the truth. How many men do you have dangling from a string?
Just one, Judy. And he doesn't exactly dangle. He sort of bobs and weaves.
As if I'd believe that about a woman like you, Miss Brooks. Oh, I wish I had your knowledge of men.
Want to trade?
It was a very pleasant coincidence that Walter Denton dropped over, don't you think? He's an awfully cute boy.
I'm glad you like him, Judy. By the way, where did he disappear to?
I didn't disappear. She's on my lap.
Oh, now, isn't that sweet? What a naive way to get acquainted. I'd better answer that. Mrs. Davis is in her sitting room down the hall.
Want me to answer it?
You sit right where you are, Walter.
Yes, you sit right where you are, Walter.
How can I help it? She hasn't budged off me since I said, "How do you do, Miss Brill?"
I'll get it.
Well, here we are, Miss Brooks.
Hello, Mr. Boynton. Come on in, Stretch.
Thanks.
Well, what brings you to this part of town, Stretch?
I was just walking home when Mr. Boynton drove up alongside the curb in his car and stuck his head out of the window and said, "Hi, Stretch, just the fellow I've been looking for. How about hopping in and going for a little ride over to Miss Brooks' place and having a glass of milk or something if you haven't got anything better to do?" Now, I didn't have nothing better to do, so I said, "Okay, Mr. Boynton, I'd like nothing better than to hop in and go over to Miss Brooks' place for a glass of milk or something." Have you got any?
So that's what brings you to this part of town. Well, I'll give you some milk later, Stretch. There are some friends of yours in the living room. Come on in. Oh, pardon me, kids, but we've got company.
Hi, Walter. I didn't know that... Judy, what are you doing here?
Miss Brooks invited me over to dinner, and then Walter just sort of dropped by.
You sort of dropped by?
Hold him, Miss Brooks!
Surround him, Mr. Boynton.
What's everybody so jumpy about?
Well, aren't you sore at me for sitting here with your girl?
Sore? Heck no, Walter. You're doing me a big favor. You see, I got to thinking about what Miss Brooks said this morning, and I realized that I got to get a lot more sleep if I'm going to be any good in the game Saturday.
But, Stretch, dear, you don't have to sleep so much.
Sure I do. Oh, it ain't that I don't appreciate what you and your dad done for me, Judy. And I certainly ain't mad about all that lumbering.
It's just that for athletes, rumbering's not as good as slumbering. Now, Walter, if I may make a suggestion, I think you should drop Miss Brill off at the bus station.
Well, what's this all about anyway? Is this some kind of a plot?
Turnabout's fair play, Miss Brill.
Yeah. And if you'll excuse me right now, I'll turn about and hit the road.
I'll excuse all of you right now. All but you, Mr. Boynton.
Well, this is what I get for accepting the hospitality of a Madison Highite.
Thank you, and good night. And don't slam the door.
Oh, come on, Stretch. The least we can do is drop her off at the bus station. Good night, Miss Brooks, Miss Boynton.
Good night. Well, it's simmered down to just the two of us, Mr. Boynton. Let's sit down on the couch.
All right. You know, Miss Brooks, in spite of the fact that I'm a biologist, I've never been overly observant about the emotional reactions of the people around me.
You're not just beating your Bunsen burner, Boynton. That is, you have seemed a little preoccupied at times.
Well, be that as it may, your interest in the welfare of my little animals and the trouble you went to see that I got proper heating facilities for my lab have made me realize just how much you care.
Really, Mr. Boynton?
Yes, indeed. And I want you to know that I care even more than you do.
You care even more than I do?
Yes. I've got $5 bet on that game Saturday.
Well, here's $2.50. I'll take half your bet, and we'll set up housekeeping on the 40-yard line.
And now a word from our star, Eve Arden.
Well, we all had a wonderful time at the football game.
Amos Brooks, starring Eve Arden, transcribed, was produced and directed by Larry Burns. Written by Arthur Oldsberg and Al Lewis, with the music of Bud Bluston. Mr. Conklin was played by Gail Jordan. Others in tonight's cast were Jane Morgan, Dick Crenna, Bob Rockwell, Gloria McMillan, Leonard Smith, and Sandra Gould.
April Fool to Procter & Gamble. We're not going on.
Boy, how do you do? My, oh my, just look at you. Your clothes are the cleanest I've ever seen.
Thank you. You can have clean clothes, too, if you do what my mummy do. Use Tide in your wash machine.
Use what?
Tide! T-I-D-E, Tide!
Transcribed from Hollywood, Procter & Gamble's Tide, the wash day miracle that gives you the cleanest clothes in town, proudly presents The Red Skelton Show. With Red Skelton, David Rose and his orchestra, Lorene Tuttle, Pat McGee, and Dick Ryan and Ann O'Neill will be me, Rod O'Connor. From the Skelton Scrapbook of Satire, a story entitled Skelton versus Hospital, and it stars as the patient, Red Skelton.
Oh, thank you. I feel great tonight. As you all know, I'm working in a picture with Ann Miller and Esther Williams, and we did a love scene the other day, and I went outside and my pores were still open, you see. Well, anyhow, Metro, Goldwyn Mayer wanted to send me one of the nicest hospitals they could find, but I listened to Rod O'Connor, and he touted me off to a place where he goes. Well, I'd like to let you in on just exactly what happened.
Calling Dr. Everman, calling Dr. Lewis, calling Dr. Red, calling Dr. Blank. Report to the emergency operating room at once, please.
Gee, I wonder what's up.
They're getting ready to cut open a fresh canister deck. Hey, look, Rod, I think I better get dressed and look for a better hospital. I don't like this place. Termite with any pride wouldn't come near it.
Look, Skelton, I'm only trying to save you some money. In the tax bracket you're in, you can't afford to get sick.
You're not kidding. I even got a get well card from Truman.
Well, we'll have to protect the police action.
Protect the police action? Are you kidding? Say, that Pentagon is so mixed up, they think an admiral is a television set.
Well, now that you're in the hospital, have they found out what's wrong with you?
Yeah, I was sent out in the California sun too long and got smog poisoning.
Get a load of this nurse that just came in.
Is she back again? Yeah. I thought the last time she came around would be it.
Well, she is kind of skinny.
Skinny? She looks like a vegetarian dinner, no meat.
Well, what do we have here? My, you're pale and wrinkled.
You're looking at the Venetian blind.
Oh, so I am. My eyes have been tired lately.
Oh.
I sat up night after night trying to figure out what was wrong with them.
Oh.
And last night I found out why they are so tired.
Why?
I ain't been getting enough sleep.
Well, there's an April Fool's joke if I ever heard that. Well, I think I'm getting out of here.
Now, wait a minute, Bud. Wait a minute. I have to get a little blood count.
Well, count your own blood.
Now, look, Skelton, you're in here because they want to help you. Cooperate, Skelton.
Are you Red Skelton?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, well, we all have to go sooner or later.
You're looking in a mirror. I'm over here.
Oh, I beg your pardon. My eyes are so tired.
Gee, look at the size of that needle she's going to stick me with.
Well, now, I'll rub your arm with alcohol. My, you're so skinny.
Your eyes are bad. That's the light cord you're holding.
Oh, yes. Here's your arm. My, you are a man of steel.
I am?
Now then, now hold still. Let's try to do it right the first time. Did I get through to you?
No, I'm over here. You jabbed the bedpost.
Well, I declare. Oh, me.
Let me help you.
Yeah, help me.
I'll tie the rubber tube around his arm.
There you are.
There, now, clench your fist, Skelton.
Okay.
Now, I'll hold his arm up for you.
There you are.
Okay, lady, get your blood count.
There.
Her eyes are bad, aren't they? Now, you take that down to the lab, and if he's okay, I'm getting out of here.
No, now, I have to have blood. All I got was a little blubber. Hold it. There.
Oh, you hit it. What do you do on your day off? Work at the filling station?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was thinking of something else.
Probably that your basement needs drained out or something.
There, now, that didn't hurt, did it?
No.
Well, goodbye.
Bye.
Oh.
Nobody could be that old.
Here's one of our price lists in case you think of something you'd like done while you're here.
A price list? Look at this. A sale on operations. Appendicitis, $35. Tonsils, $40. Liver, $50. With onions, $55.50. Hey, how did you find this place? I'm getting out of here.
Oh, you'll like this hospital once you get acquainted.
Look, I know enough about the place now. Yeah. Probably the only reason that the doctors wear those little white masks in the operating room, that's in case the operation's not a success, you'll never know who did it.
Look, I'll let you in on something. This is a gag we're playing on.
Oh?
We thought it would hit you funny and kind of cheer you up.
Oh?
Look, turn on the radio. We got a surprise for you.
What's this, going to blow up my face?
And we are sorry to hear that the redhead isn't feeling well. But here's his old sidekick, Dave Rose, and his orchestra to play for him, Dear, Dear, Dear.
Oh.
clothes in town, so does my family. And yours can too, 'cause all you do is use T-I-D-E.
Tide gets clothes cleaner than any soap.
Any soap? Yes, any soap.
You get the cleanest wash in town with T-I-D-E, Tide.
Say, you'd like to get the cleanest wash in town, wouldn't you? Sure. And Tide will give it to you every time. Reason we're so positive about that is we've proved it in the laboratory. There isn't a soap sold today we haven't tested against Tide, and that probably includes any soap you've ever used yourself. Well, the results read like this. Tide gets clothes cleaner than any other washing product sold throughout America. Of course, millions of you women have proved that right in your own washing machines. But where our results are in facts and figures, yours are in those cleaner overalls the kids romp around in, the cleaner towels you stack away each wash day. So put your clothes in those wonderful Tide suds. Then wring 'em, rinse 'em, and hang up the cleanest wash in town.
Tide gets clothes cleaner than any soap.
Any soap?
Yes, any soap.
You get the cleanest wash in town with
T-I-D-E, Tide.
T-I-D-E, Tide.
T-I-D-E, Tide.
Well, you know, the first few hours I was in the hospital, I thought maybe it was a gag that Rod had cooked up for me, but I developed a little cough, and about an hour later, the doctor came in.
Well, I see you have a nasty cough. Well, don't you worry about it. Hey.
Oh, don't, I won't worry. There's no use for both of us to worry, is there? Who are you?
Oh, I'm the doctor. Dr. Snodgrass.
Dr. Snodgrass?
You just called me Snod and cut the grass.
Who do I see about getting out of here?
Oh, we'll have you out of here in no time.
In a box, no doubt.
Let me see your tongue. Farther. Stick it out farther. Farther.
It's what's going back there.
Very strange. It's red and part plaid.
That's my socks coming through.
Tell me, has anyone taken your temperature?
Well, Georgia, my wife, took it just before I left the house, but she took it with a kitchen thermometer.
Well, what did it read? What did it read?
Roast.
Well, we'll get that cough cleared up in no time.
No doubt.
Here, we'll give you one of our new pills. Here.
Look at the size of that thing. You don't fix basketball games, do you?
Oh, dear. I have to see a doctor about this nasty cough.
You got to see a doctor about your cough?
That's what I said.
Why don't you treat yourself?
Oh, good heavens, no. I'm too expensive. There now. Take your pill.
Look, I can't swallow anything that big.
You pay taxes?
Certainly.
If you can swallow what you're paying taxes for, you can swallow that.
They're either applauding, hoping we are dying, or they're like that last joke. Will it stop my cough?
I just gave one to a patient up in room 201, and it stopped his like that.
It did, huh?
Yeah. How you doing, Skelton?
Hey, look.
Oh, what a novelty, a white bowling ball.
That's a pill I got to take. Get that.
Well, who? Yes, he's here. It's for you, Doctor.
Oh, thanks. But you shouldn't be speaking into a phone in a hospital. It spreads germs. Hello. Speaking. Oh, room 201.
That's the guy you gave the pill to.
Yeah. Tell me when. Oh, well, you all got to go sooner or later. Yes, well, he wasn't a very strong man, no. All right, nurse. Take care of that cold eye.
Yeah.
See you later.
Go test some more cigarettes. I suppose this is part of your little plan to cheer me up.
Well, look, I'm only trying to be helpful. Slip on your robe.
Okay. Well, you told me to slip on my robe.
Come on. Let's take a walk down the hall.
Okay. Anything to get out of this room, it's closing in on me.
Gee, look at that nurse.
Yeah. Ain't
Hi.
she pretty?
Hello.
My, you look cute enough to kiss.
You look stupid enough to try it.
See?
Yeah, homebody.
Yeah, built like a house. Did you say all of your friends come to this hospital?
Oh, certainly.
Name one.
Cauliflower McPug. In fact, here he comes now. Come on.
How do you know it's him?
Well, he was to give an exhibition bout for the Boy Scouts at 1 o'clock.
So?
Now 1:30. It's got to be him.
All right, step aside.
Who is it?
Fireman Cauliflower McPug.
Here, put him in the receivery room.
Let me talk to him. Cauliflower, hey, McPug. Look at that smile on his face. He sure must be hearing bells and birds now.
Who is it? Oh, him again.
I think the bum's okay, nurse. Passed out before he got into the ring.
Oh. That poor sap. He'll keep on till he hears bells and birds. I've told him 20 times to keep out of the ring and settle down to a nice, sane job. I could get him a job here as an ambulance driver. Oh, pardon me, a patient's ringing for me. I'll call Cauliflower in a few minutes.
Cauliflower. Hey, Cauliflower, come on, boy, wake up.
What is it? Who is it? What's that? Who it is? Here. Just stand back, boy. Stand back. I'm okay now. I'm okay. Oh, kind of just startled me a little. I'm okay now. I'll get him this round. Could you direct me to a neutral corner, will you? When you say Hollywood and Vine, I'll punch you right in the nose. I think I got this fight in the bag now.
Yeah.
I think I got it in the bag.
Look. The only neutral corner around here is in your head.
Oh, that's cute. That's cute. Would have made a nice cut, but it's cute.
Hey, look, McPug, we're through.
What you mean, you're not my manager no more?
No, you're none but a punch-drunk fighter.
Who's the punch-drunk fighter? You say that again and I'll break your jaw.
Oh? Well, consider it said.
Well, consider your jaw broken.
And another thing, stay away from the gym.
Stay away from the gym? Well, I wasn't going near that place. Fighters not allowed down there today anyhow. The Rattlers are having a robe and hairstyle show. Say, I wonder who... Stop it, will you? I'm in here to rest, not to be kicked around, you know. How about that?
What do you mean, how about what?
Well, every time I come to this hospital, I got one intern here always try to annoy me.
What do you mean annoy you?
Well, he smacked me on the back of the head, but when I turned around, he's never there.
Say, I heard your fight
Hey, there must be a fire. That's the fifth truck I heard go by there.
I heard that fight you had last night was canceled, too, huh?
Yeah, how about that? The doc wouldn't let me get into the ring. He said I was out of shape, you know. I'm just fighting different these days. This is my stance, you see. Not for long, mind you. But now, I ask you, the last time you saw me fight, wasn't I in the pink of condition, wasn't I?
Well, you were flat on your back 2 seconds after the round began.
But didn't I look healthy laying there? Hey, don't I know you from somewhere?
I don't know.
No, I know you from somewhere. Ain't you the guy that dislocated my nose?
I don't think so.
It's all flattened in now. Can't use it. Can't breathe to it, you know. Oh. Comes in handy for opening cans, you know. Outside of that, nothing. You remember how my nose used to hang over my mouth and flap in the breathe when I talk?
Well, I guess I didn't know you then.
Yeah, well, I like it better now. It curled around my ear, you see. It gives me that devil-may-care good. See, boy, them mockingbirds must be mad at somebody.
Oh, brother.
What'd you say?
I said, oh, brother.
I didn't know we were related. Hey, quit breathing down my neck, will you, boy? Stand
I'm not
back.
breathing down your neck.
You're not... Oh, how about that? My nose fell down again.
Tell me something, will you, Cauliflower?
What's that?
How did you ever become a fighter?
Well, I started during the last war. Mm-hmm. The war broke out, and a bunch of people said, there he goes. I said, there he goes, nothing, they're taking me. During the last war, I fought. But I still had to go, you know.
tell me,
boy.
Did you serve overseas?
Over the hill, mostly.
Well, didn't you like being in the Army?
I loved every minute of it. I loved every minute of being in the Army. Every minute of it. It was them long irons is what got me, you know. Boy, a flock of them flew over that time, didn't they?
Say, did you ever stop to realize that nobody hears bells and birds except you?
Did you notice that I'm not snooty about it?
Cauliflower. Don't you think I should answer the phone?
If it rings, yes.
It's ringing now.
What's that?
It's ringing now.
Are you stewed or something? You must be nuts, boy.
Then you must be really spinning. You hear phones when they're not ringing, and you can't hear them when they are.
Look, you answer your phones, I'll answer mine. Hey, listen to that mockingbird imitating a robin redbreast. Isn't that pretty? Oh, that's cute. That's cute, isn't it?
What's
isn't that
cute?
A robin on my shoulder. He comes there every day.
Yeah?
I'm going to pet it. Oh, now he flew away.
Boy, you're really gone.
Huh?
You're gone.
I'm gone?
Yes.
Then who am I here talking to you? That's a brilliant line, isn't it, huh? Ain't what it said, but it will have to do, you know. You think I flipped my lid, huh? Mm-hmm. You ought to see that rattler I room with. Oh, that poor Tucker, he'd really gone, really gone. Every time a good-looking girl goes by the gym, every time a good-looking girl goes by the gymnasium, he runs down the back door. See, out the back door, get the header off.
Well, what's wrong with that?
There's no back door in that gymnasium. I know, I lock it so he can't get back in.
Hey, why don't you quit the fight racket?
Not until I win one fight. For once, I'd like to have the referee to raise my arm instead of an intern.
Did you get knocked out all the time?
I've been fighting in the circuit now for 20 years, and the soles of my sneakers are better known than I am. You know, I can't go to sleep at night unless somebody counts 10 over me. You know that? Isn't it beautiful? Do you mind if I go to sleep to that?
To what?
Dave Rosemead's orchestra playing Syncopation.
Tide's made some amazing changes in wash day. Take the old problem of soap film. Tide's banished it forever. And that one fact made this whole idea of no rinsing practical. So if you're one of those women who likes to skip the rinsing, then Tide's for you. For Tide will give you the cleanest no-rinse wash you can get, plus those savings in time and work. Of course, maybe you prefer to rinse. Most women do. Then listen. Tide will get your clothes cleaner than any soap on earth, cleaner than any other washing product sold throughout America. That means your children will wear cleaner clothes to school. you'll spread cleaner cloths on your dining room table. Yes, a Tide wash is the cleanest wash in town.
Tide gets so cleaner than any soap. Any soap? Yes, any soap. You get the cleanest wash in town with T-I-D-E, Tide. T-I-D-E, Tide.
Well, Skelton, you're going home today.
Yeah, boy, and am I glad to get out of this joint.
Say, you mind if I stop by to see a pal of mine that they brought in?
A pal of yours? Mm-hmm. Who is it this time? Empty?
As a matter
I
of fact...
said it wouldn't get laughed. I knew it.
As a matter of fact, no. It's Willie Lump.
Oh?
He's in here.
Well, I'll wait outside for you.
Hi, Willie. You okay?
Oh, wouldn't you like to know?
What happened?
What happened?
Yeah?
Well, I tell you, it was like this. I was coming home with the milkman about...
Hey, Willie, ain't this the street you live on?
Yeah.
Which side of the street your house on?
I don't know. It keeps crossing over. This is the last time I ever buy a rambling house. Still, it's better than the house we did have when we were out in the valley, you know.
What was wrong with that one?
Well, I always wanted a home where the buffalo roam, but this real estate man over did it. We had buffaloes in the living room, buffaloes in the dining room. Did you know that we didn't have any towels in the bathroom? Just a big woolly buffalo. You know, you're one of the nicest milkmen I ever did business with.
Well, thanks. You'll soon be home.
If you get a sort of a strange, it's not me, it's them buffalo.
Look, just to save an argument, let me have that bottle of sarsaparilla.
No, I'll empty it.
Oh, no, you don't. The last time you filled me milk bottles up with it.
Yeah, did you hear what happened? 300 people went down to the dairy and tried to buy the cow. Hey, have me help you make some deliveries.
No. Look, Willie, I can handle this milk route. I've been doing it for years, you see.
No, you need a little help. Now, what goes to this house here?
A quart of milk.
Okay, stand back. Yeah.
Willie, you've broken the bottle.
Why, don't tell me. I delivered newspapers that way for years. I never broke one.
Look, I'm trying to tell you, there's no use delivering milk if you spill it all over the front porch.
Oh, I don't know. After all, the way I deliver milk, the lady don't have to rinse out the bottles.
Hey, look at that silly horse.
Yeah.
Tiptoeing.
I notice he does that every time we pass a butcher's shop. Well, here we are.
Look, are you sure this is your house?
Sure, I'm sure. There's my wife's face burning in the window.
Well, probably see you in the morning. Careful getting off the wagon.
Oh, I'm all right. No running board, huh? Did you hurt yourself?
I don't think so. You're the one that fell off.
Oh. I was wondering what I was doing down here on the sidewalk.
You've had quite an evening, haven't you?
Oh, yes.
Do you think your wife will be waiting up for you?
As the immortal Shakespeare once says, I have a stinking suspicion. She is going to greet me with open arms, side arms, hammerlocks, and commando tactics.
Well, I got to get going. Good night, Willie.
Good night. Thanks for giving me the lift. You know, you ought to be awfully proud you brought me home.
Why?
This is the first time I've been on the wagon for 20 years. Good night.
Good night, Willie.
I'll sneak in this side window. I left it open so I could get in without her hearing me.
Who's there?
You sure keep this glass clean, don't you?
Oh, it's you. A fine husband you are. I wish Mother wasn't here with us. I'd go home to her.
Yeah? Well, why don't you leave? Better still, let's move out and leave your relatives here.
What? You don't expect me to move out and leave my folks cold, do you?
That's the way they leave me. That family of yours, they cost me a fortune.
Really, someday you'll learn. There are some things that money can't buy.
Yep, Harry fixed that all right.
Now, I'm telling you, you better be in bed in 5 minutes, or I'll break
every bone in your head. Okay, I'll hop right in bed. You've been moving that furniture again, ain't you?
Billy, the bed's over here.
What?
Now get in. Go to sleep.
I can't. Your knee keeps poking me in the middle of the back.
That's your own knee. I'm not even in bed.
Well, what do you know? I'm a pretzel.
Billy, you seem to forget. I've got to be at work by 7.
Work? You work? I'm going to get up.
If you get out of that bed, I'm going to throw you out the window.
Oh, no, you're not.
Oh, yes, I will.
Oh, no, you won't.
Did she throw you out the window?
No, my neck's in this plaster cast because I got ingrown toenails.
Well, I'll be seeing you.
Goodbye, boy.
Oh, come on, Skelton.
Yeah.
Let's go. Hey, you got lipstick on your collar.
Yeah, nurse kissed me goodbye.
Well, won't Georgie get mad when she sees lipstick on your collar?
Sure, she's got to wash these shirts. But she uses Tide. She won't be too mad.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, until next Monday,
this is Vic Sade saying goodbye now, and thanks for listening, and thanks for buying more and more of the voice-made miracle Tide.
And this is Rod O'Connor reminding you that Tide gets clothes cleaner than any soap on earth, cleaner than any other washing product sold throughout America. That's why.
You get the cleanest washing town with T-I-D-E Tide. T-I-D-E Tide.
This is a copyrighted feature transcribed from Hollywood. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Abbott and Costello program. Listen to the rhythm of Will Osborne and his orchestra, the great song styles of Connie Haynes and Bob Matthews. And that happy, heavy, hippie little horseman who, when asked to pick the winner of the Kentucky Derby, glanced at his racing form and calmly said,
Just say that I'm a friend of yours, and I'm sure that they won't get wise. And when they see us together, I'll brush the dream from my eyes. I'll tell my heart it mustn't sing the song of remember when. So just say that I'm a friend of yours, that you happen to me again. Just say I'm a
There you are, Costello. I've been looking all over for you all week. I telephoned your house Tuesday night, and somebody answered and said you were taking a bath.
You know I'm lost already?
Right at the beginning. Somebody. Look, never mind. This is no kidding. Somebody deliberately told me that you were taking a bath.
Somebody said that I was taking a bath?
I called up Tuesday night.
Tuesday night?
Yes.
Brother, did you have the wrong number?
Well, look, my wife said she saw you in a tattoo parlor on Main Street this morning. What were you doing in a tattoo parlor?
Well, I got lonesome from my girlfriend, Tessie Tinfoil.
Yes?
You know, the one that's in the Army?
Yeah.
So I had a picture tattooed on my back.
You had Tessie's picture tattooed on your back?
Oh, yeah. Sure. And I had me tattooed on my chest. Look. See it?
Wait a minute, Costello. I don't see you on your chest.
Am I back there with Tessie again?
Talk sense, Costello. I understand that Tessie is going to get out of the Army next week.
Oh, that's right, Abbott. And she's going back to her old job posing for a designer. He uses Tessie's knees for models.
He uses Tessie's knees for models. What does he design?
Doorknobs.
Doorknobs. Wait a minute. Costello, just a minute. Turn around. Let me see that picture of Tessie on your back. Go ahead. Turn around. Aha! I thought so. She's knock-kneed.
Tessie is not knock-kneed.
Well, her knees are touching.
She just stands that way because she hasn't got any garters.
Look, Costello, if you're so crazy about Tessie, why don't you marry her?
Well, I don't believe in marriage, Abbott. Marriage is like soup.
Marriage is like soup?
Sure. By the time you get through spooning, it cools off.
That's ridiculous.
Well, always, Abbott. You know, I don't know if Tessie wants to marry me or not. You see, she's also in love with 9 other guys.
Tessie is in love with you and 9 other guys?
Yeah. You should have been there the day Tessie left for the Army.
What do you mean?
It was beautiful. The 10 of us chipped in and bought her an engagement ring.
Wait a minute. I understand you had a little spat with Tessie before she left. Well, what was it about?
She got mad at me because I stole a kiss.
Oh, now that's silly. Why should Tessie get mad because you stole a kiss?
I stole it from her sister. And you know something? That's the first girl I kissed since last Christmas.
Oh, Costello, you mean that from last Christmas till now you kissed just one girl? How do you account for that?
Oh, I guess I'm just a wolf. I can't control myself.
I can see that.
I'm a cat. I'm lower than a cat. I'm an old Studebaker. With no fog lights.
All right, good. Just cut that out, Costello. The trouble with you is that you wear your heart on your sleeve.
That's a lie. I might have a little liver and onions on my vest and a smudge of tapioca on my trousers, but I ain't got no heart on my sleeve.
No, Costello. I only meant that you are fickle.
I'm what?
You're fickle.
I never touched the stuff. I've never been fickled in my life.
Now, look. I'm not referring to drinking. I'm referring to love. Do you know what love is?
Oh, sure. Little pigeons make love. Butterflies make love.
Yes.
Oysters make love.
Yeah. No, wait a minute. Oysters make love.
You'd be surprised what goes on inside them shells.
Now. Costello, you don't appreciate romance. You know, you don't, really, Lou. You don't appreciate romance at all. Oh, when I was courting my wife, there was a big grandfather's clock in the living room. We used to sit and listen to it tick, and it said, "Take your time, take your time, take your time."
Yeah, but things are different now, Abbott. Today, when a fellow sits in the parlor with his girl, there's an alarm clock on the mantel that says, "Get together, get together, get together, get together, get together, get together."
I'll never forget that old grandfather's clock. It's a great memory, though, Lou. That old grandfather's clock. The day we were married, it stopped.
Stopped?
Yep.
Your wife must have looked at it.
I guess. Wait a minute. Are you insinuating that my wife's face would stop a clock?
Well, it ain't running, is it?
Look, forget about the clock, Costello. What happened to your romance with that tall, red-headed girl?
Oh, you mean lean against her?
Yes.
Oh, well, we're married and happy.
Married and happy?
Yeah, she's married and I'm happy.
I'm glad she married somebody else. The only reason you wanted to marry her was for her money.
Well, marrying for money is better than getting married for no reason at all.
When I married my wife, everyone said it was a perfect match.
Match is right. She struck you and you went out like a light.
Well, at least I'm not henpecked.
Henpecked? Before you were married, you used to snore in your sleep. Now you cackle.
No. That's not true. Before I was married, everything was lovely. I'd sneak into the parlor, and I'd catch her in my arms.
Now you sneak into the bedroom and catch her in your pocket.
Oh, forget about my marriage, Costello. I'd like to get you straightened out. Now, Tessie Tinfoil is not the girl for you. Tessie is too blasé.
Too what?
Blasé. Tessie's too blasé.
She's got more than 2 blasés. Tessie's got a red blasé and a green blasé. And she's got a yellow blasé. She wears them with her checkered shirtée. skirte. Under the cote of her suite.
No.
There's too many
No. Understand you, dummy. When I say she's blasé, I mean Tessie's sophisticated.
Sophisticated?
That's right.
How do you like that? And she promised to me that she'd stay on the wagon.
Listen, you imbecile, please. When I say a girl's blasé, I'm not referring to her clothes. Anyone who is blasé is sophisticated, and sophisticated has nothing to do with being inebriated. It merely means that a person has reached a degree of sophistication, where he or she becomes blasé.
Oh, when you say a girl's blasé, you're not referring to her clothes.
No.
And anyone who is blasé is sophisticated. And sophisticated has nothing to do with being inebriated. It merely means that a person has reached the degree of sophistication where he or she becomes blasé.
Now you've got it.
Now I don't even know what I'm talking about.
Get him out of here. And now here's that romantic Bob Matthews.
I don't care who knows it. I'm in love with you. I guess I'll nothing you do or say could ever change me. I'm for you forever. Yours, my whole life. And I don't care who knows it. I'm in love with you. I'm for you forever. Just yours, my whole life through. Now that's how I am, and I don't care who knows it. I'm in love with you. Let them say what they will, dear, I love you still, and I don't care.
Gonna take a sentimental journey. Gonna set my heart at ease. Gonna make a sentimental journey to the new old memories. Got my bag, got my reservations. Spent each dime I could afford. Like a child in wild anticipation, long to hear that all aboard. 7, that's the time we leave at 7. I'll be waiting up for heaven, counting every mile of railroad track that takes me back. Never thought my heart could be so yearning. Why did I decide to roam? Gotta take a sentimental journey. Sentimental home. 7, that's the time we leave. 7, I'll be waiting up for heaven, counting every mile of railroad track. Takes me back. Never thought my heart could be so yearning. Why did I decide to roam? Gotta take the sentimental journey home. I gotta take that journey, that sentimental journey. 'Cause it takes me back home.
Say, Costello, hey, wouldn't this be a dandy day to go to the beach?
Oh, yes. If we had a telephone call, we could call up some girls. If we had a nickel. And if we knew any girls.
There you go again, girls, girls, girls. Can't you think of anything better than girls?
There's something better.
Oh, look, Costello. Hey, there's Connie Haynes. Why don't you ask her if she'd like to go to the beach?
Okay. Oh, Connie. Hey, Connie, how would you like to go to the beach with me, huh?
Well, Mr. Costello, honey, I don't know if I should. I suppose you all want to teach me how to swim?
Oh, nothing like that.
Well, you all won't try to hold my hand?
Oh, you know me better than that, Connie.
And you won't hug me or kiss me?
Oh, gee, Willikers, no. I mean, after all, I promise I won't.
Then what are we going for?
Then what are we going for? We're going for something.
Well, goodbye, Mr. Costello, honey.
All right, honey.
Well, Costello,
That kid murders me.
Now, wait a minute. You certainly got turned down fast by Connie.
Well, maybe she saw because I broke a date with her Saturday night. I was supposed to meet her at 7 o'clock.
What happened?
I waited around till 11. She didn't come, so I just stood her up, that's all. I wish Connie would go to the beach with us because she's got the cutest bathing suit.
What is it like?
It's made of 2 pieces of string held together by a handkerchief.
Well, it's too bad Connie's not going. Come on, get your trunks, Costello, and let's go to the beach.
My trunks?
Yes.
Why should I take my trunks? I don't want to move. I just want to go swimming.
Well, you swim in trunks, don't you?
I do not. I swim in the water just like anybody else.
Never mind, I'll rent you a swimming suit. Would you wear a rented suit?
That depends where it's rented. And the size of the rent.
No, come on, Costello. Let's get started. I'll get some lotion to rub on you so you won't sunburn.
Oh, you don't have to worry about me, Abbott. I never burn. I just take a nice, healthy, even blister.
Well, come on, Costello. There's nobody around, so get into your suit. Oh, isn't the beach beautiful? Just look at the birds flying over the water.
Oh, I wrote a poem about them birds. I'll recite it.
Go ahead.
A wonderful bird is the seagull, which can fly quite as high as an eagle. They sit on the sand, and sometimes they stand, but you can't tell a he from a she-gull.
Hey, Costello, here comes a cop.
Hey, you guys, this is a private beach. You can't swim here. It's against the law.
Well, why didn't you tell me before I got undressed?
Well, there's no law against undressing.
Look, let's go. Let's go over beyond those ropes, Costello. That's the public beach.
Look at that beautiful redhead. I'm going with her and teach her to swim.
Suppose she knows how to swim.
Then I'll let her teach me. Hey, Abbott, give me my pail and shovel. Right here is the spot where I covered Ruby Pool Cue up with the sand last Sunday.
Well, what do you want your shovel for now?
Well, I figure it's about time to dig her up.
Look, Costello. Hey, look at that fat lady in that rubber bathing suit.
Oh, them rubber bathing suits. They're made for fat ladies.
They
got a 5-way stretch.
5-way stretch?
Yeah, up and down, back and forth, and a shelf to take care of the surplus.
Hey, Costello. Look at that man over there feeding donuts to his horse. Can you imagine that?
Hey, you mister, what's the idea of giving all them donuts to your horse?
I just want to see how many he'll eat before he asks for a cup of coffee.
Hey, what are you doing on the beach with that horse?
Well, you see, I came down here to go swim.
Swimming?
No, fishing.
Did you catch anything?
No. You see, my wife was with me, and the fish took one look at her. When they saw how badly I was hooked, they wouldn't bite at all.
All right. Never mind him, Costello. Why don't you go into the water? You've always bragged to me that you were such a great lifesaver. Now, come on.
I am a great lifesaver, Abbott, and I'll prove it to you. I can save anybody. Anybody at all. Anybody want to be saved? Anybody at all would like to be saved?
Save me!
Are you a man or a woman?
Woman.
How old?
57.
Anybody else want to be saved?
Never mind. The lifeguard got her. Lucky deal. Now, look, Costello, when you go into the water, stay close to the life boy.
Stay close to the what?
The boy. Stay close to the boy. That's the safest thing.
Stay close to the boy. That may be the safest thing, but if you want to have some fun, you got to stay close to the girls.
Costello, girls have nothing to do with this kind of a boy. The kind of a boy I mean will keep you up.
Well, what do you know? What is the boy's name?
The boy has no name. It's just a plain red and white boy. I mean, this boy is anchored to a sandbar, and it has a bell.
What is that bellboy doing in the bar?
Nothing. The boy is not in the bar. The boy is on the bar.
He probably crawled up there to steal some pretzels.
No. You imbecile. That boy is on the bar to keep people from going on the rocks.
So he finally learned his lesson. Why didn't his mother keep him out of that bar?
This boy hasn't got a mother.
Hasn't got a mother?
No.
That did it.
What do you mean?
Abbott, you have gone too far. I didn't mind when you said that the girls will have nothing to do with this poor boy. And I was only mildly surprised when you told me that he was half red and half white. I said nothing when you pushed him up on top of that bar to steal pretzels when the bartender's back was turned. But when you tell me that that poor boy has no name and no mother, you have not only besmirched the sanctity of the American home, but you have cast aspersions on the good name of the Campfire Boys of Troop Number 35, USA, Patterson, New Jersey.
Get him out of here.
Lovely Connie Haynes on stage now. With Will Osborne and the orchestra, Connie sings...
Good, good, good. That's you, that's you. Nice, nice, nice. That's you, that's you. Fine, fine, fine. That's you, that's you. Good, good, good. That's you, that's you. Your tasty lips are sweeter than a lollipop. And every time I kiss you, ooh, I hate to stop. I rack my brain to find the proper adjective, a sentimental compliment to give you. Good, good, good. That's you, that's you. Nice, nice, nice. That's you, that's you. Fine, fine, fine. That's you, that's you. Good, good, good. That's you, that's you. Good, good, good. That's you, that's you. Sweet, sweet, sweet. That's you, that's you. Yum, yum, yum. That's you, that's you. Good, good, good. That's you, that's you. I never went to Cornell University. Therefore, I have a limited vocabulary. And so I use the language that I have on hand while you were making love on my veranda. Good, good, good. That's you, that's you. Nice, nice, nice. That's you, that's you. Fine, fine, fine. That's you, that's you. Good, good, good. Good, sweet, sweet. Fine, fine, fine. Yum, yum, yum. A good, that's you, that's you.
Costello, what are you doing with that horseshoe?
I'm going to throw it over my left shoulder and make a wish. I wish that Hetty Lamar was the head of a giraffe and I was the body.
Oh, now that sounds silly. That's ridiculous. Why should you wish that Hetty Lamar was the head of a giraffe and you were the body?
I always wanted a long neck with Hetty.
Costello, you've got to get girls off your mind. Why don't you walk in the park at night and admire the stars?
You mean like Betty Grable, Lana Turner, and Dorothy L'Amour?
No. I'm talking about heavenly bodies.
Brother, we're both talking about the same thing.
Look, someday you're going to get in trouble chasing girls, and you'd better keep away from that young divorcee that lives next door to you. You'll never get to first base with her.
I did get to first base with her, Abbott.
What happened?
Her ex-husband was on second.
And dummy girls like her, a dime a dozen.
Yeah? Dime a dozen?
Yeah.
Well, here's a nickel. Get me 6.
I think you've got women on the brain. Last night in your sleep, you kept hollering for Ingrid Bergman.
Well, Ingrid Bergman happens to be my favorite actress. Since I saw her in that bathing beauty picture.
You saw Ingrid Bergman in a bathing beauty picture? What was it called?
For Whom the Bath Towels.
Costello, please. Do you dream of women every night?
Not every night.
Well, that's better.
Sometimes I take a nap in the afternoon.
Come in.
Oh, there you are, you fat, impudent little slob.
That's me.
Yes, you. Costello, last night I dreamt that I went out with you.
You did?
Yes, and I've never been so insulted in my life. Take that. Ooh. Now, the next time I dream about you, maybe you'll act like a gentleman.
How do you like that? The next time she dreams she's got a date with me, I ain't even going to show up.
Well, Costello, I'm convinced that your dreams are the cause of all your girl troubles. And we've got to find out what they mean.
Gee, I wish we could. Really, I do.
I'm glad you said that, Costello, because we have with us tonight the world's greatest authority on dreams.
Good evening, gentlemen. I am the world's greatest dream analyst, Professor Melonhead. known professionally as Dreamboat Melonhead.
Dreamboat Melonhead.
Dreamboat.
Looks like somebody plucked all the feathers out of your crow's nest.
Hey, young man, are you trying to infer that my head is bald?
Infer? If you put your head in fur, it would look like an oversized mothball. Hey, Abbott, get a load of that slippery dome. I've seen ostriches sitting on better-looking things than that.
No, Costello, please.
And you get results.
I know. Please. You shouldn't make cracks about the professor's head.
If his head ever cracks, I'll make an omelet out of it.
Look, gentlemen, we're wasting time. Professor Melonhead, can you tell us what causes Costello to dream about girls?
Of course, Abbott. Tell me, Costello, do you dream about girls all the time?
No, only when I'm asleep.
Right, good. Now I'll have to have a little of your case history. Do any other members of your family have peculiar dreams?
Yes, my Uncle Artie Stebbins.
Mm-hmm.
Last night he dreamed he was pulling the weeds out of his garden.
He dreamed he was pulling weeds out of his garden. What happened?
When he woke up, his wife was as bold as an eagle.
All right, now let's get back to you, Costello. What type of girls do you dream of?
Beautiful girls.
Beautiful.
Once I dreamed of beautiful, gorgeous blonde, and when I put my arms around her, something electric passed between us.
A shot?
No, she slipped her light bill into my pocket.
Well, Professor Melonhead, have you found out what causes Costello's dreams?
Well, Abbott, my superficial diagnosis tells me that Costello's dreams are caused by contraction of the nerves in his head, making his brain 2 tenths.
My brain is 2 tenths?
Yep. 2 tenths the size of a normal brain.
Melonhead, for 2 tenths, I'd sock you right in the puss.
All right. Now, Costello, I will attempt to remedy your condition by massaging your head. First, I will stuff cotton into your auditory canal. Then I will pack your cranium in cracked ice, tighten your cerebrum, loosen your cerebellum, and then I will rub horse liniment into your medulla oblongata.
You wouldn't dare. You haven't got the nerve.
Oh, now, Costello, a person's equilibrium is often an important factor in the cause and effect of dreams. Therefore, I will have to test your equilibrium.
Melonhead, if you as much as lay one finger on my equilibrium, I will call my mother.
No. To test your equilibrium, Costello, I want you to climb up this stepladder here and balance yourself on the top step. Go ahead.
Well, it's very silly, but I'll go. Here I go.
Costello is now climbing the ladder. He's up 15 feet. He's up 30 feet. Keep climbing, Costello. Now he's up 75 feet. Costello has now climbed up to 100 feet. Now.
Wait a minute, Professor. That stepladder is only 9 feet tall.
Oh, my goodness. What a mistake. Costello! Costello, come down here at once! Costello, do you realize you climbed up 100 feet and that ladder is only 9 feet high?
Now he tells me.
Oh, let me out of here.
Let me at that melonhead, will you? Let me at melonhead.
And now here, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello with the final word. Now, Costello, I think I figured out a cure for your mania for chasing girls. I've asked Connie Haynes to give you a nice big kiss.
Hey, Abbott, that ought to cure me. Go ahead, Connie.
Well, tuck her up, Mr. Costello, and I'll kiss you. How do you feel now, Mr. Costello, honey?
I feel fine, but that sailor in the first row just fainted.
Good night, folks.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Hey, George, you tell us, what is tonight's secret word?
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word for tonight is table. T-A-B-L-E.
Really?
You bet your life. The National Broadcasting Company presents Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz show transcribed from Hollywood. Groucho meets our first contestants in just 1 minute.
This is Pat O'Brien. Here's a riddle for you. What has more energy than a jet plane, makes more noise than a riveting machine, and has the enthusiasm of a firecracker? The answer? A boy. And what's a boy supposed to do with all that energy and vitality? He's going to use it up some way, that's for sure. So it's better for him and better for all of us grown-ups, too, if someone will help him find a way to channel that energy in the right direction. And that's why a boys' club has so many of the right answers. It's a place where a boy really belongs. Now, there's some 500 boys' clubs in America all across the country, and lucky the boy who lives near one. The whole place is set up for him, so he won't have any problem finding interesting things to do. Best of all, the people who run the clubs are there to help. They not only show him how, but teach him how to do it well. So while he's having fun, he's learning that there's certain rules of living, good rules that mean a good life. Why not take a look at the boys' club nearest you? Maybe there's some way that you can help.
And here he is, the one, the only...
Well, here I am again with a chance for each of our couples to win up to $10,000. And if any of them say the secret word, they'll win an extra $100. George, who's first?
Groucho, we have Gladys Bentley and...
You have Gladys Bentley?
We have Gladys Bentley.
Since when am I your partner?
Miss Bentley is waiting outside, let's put it that way. And her partner is Onyago Ukano. And they're waiting to talk to you, and I'm sure if we play our cards right, they'll come in.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. Welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and you divide an extra $100. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. Gladys Bentley and, Anna Gugu Okawana. Is that right?
That's Anyago Elekwachi Okano.
Oh. And what do you got an Irish name on the end there for, Okano?
I think Irishmen borrowed that Okano from Africa.
Oh. Does your name have any translation?
Yeah.
Now he's talking German.
Anyago means a fighter, and Elekwachi means no procrastination, no waste of time, And Okano, a public speaker.
Well, that clears that up pretty well, huh? Now, what part of Nebraska are you from, Anagugu?
Well, I was born at Ibere in Nigeria. From there, I moved to Aba.
Could you tell us something about Nigeria? Is that the way you pronounce it?
Yeah, Nigeria.
Nigeria. It's just over the border from Guatemala, isn't it?
You mean Nicaragua?
Nicaragua?
You must be thinking of Nicaragua. It's a country on the west coast of Africa, having a population of about 35 million people.
35 million people?
And I tell you, the size of Nigeria is twice of that of Texas.
Nothing is twice as big as Texas. Well, could you describe your home life or something briefly?
Yeah. My father has about 4 wives.
4 wives? One for each season, is that?
Well, not that. And many children and servants running around the place.
You say your father has 4? Is that the legal limit for?
Well, in Nigeria, you can have up to 7.
Up to 7. Which do you prefer, your way with 7 wives or our way with 1 wife?
Well, I think it's just the same thing all over.
Really?
In Nigeria, we marry 7 at a time, and over here you marry 7 one at a time.
Well, you see, over here, the entire nation has been brought up on the installment plan. The national motto here is buy now, pay later. I'll get back to you in a minute, Mr. Okano, huh?
That's right, Okano.
O'Connor?
O'Connor.
Oh, that's right. And you're Gladys Bentley, is that right?
Yes.
I'm sorry to have neglected you, Gladys, but it isn't often we get a charming lad from Guatemala.
That's right.
Now, where are you from, Glad?
I'm from Port of Spain, Trinidad.
Oh, really? Huh?
When I was 13, I came away from there to Philadelphia to join my mother and father in Philadelphia.
You went from Trinidad to Philadelphia to enjoy your mother and father?
That's right.
Didn't you enjoy them in Trinidad?
Well, I joined them there.
Oh, you joined them there. Were they coming apart?
No, not quite.
So what did you do in Philly that you couldn't do in Trinidad?
Well, I finished journalism in school. I wrote quite a lot of... been writing fiction ever since.
Is that so? Do you have a job, Gladys?
Yes, I'm an entertainer. I sing and play for a living in nightclubs all over the country.
Oh, you're the Gladys Bentley. Well, you're the Gladys Bentley.
Yeah, that's right.
I thought your name sounded vaguely familiar. Haven't you put on a little weight in recent years?
Well, I took off 130 pounds this year.
You took off 130 pounds?
That's right.
And what did you weigh then?
335.
And now you weigh...
24.
And you say you lost 130 pounds. Mm-hmm. Well, you see, there is something bigger than Texas. How about hobbies, Gladys? Do you have any hobbies?
Yes. I build miniature doll houses. And I also swim. I swim... On 37, I did the Catalina Channel here.
You swam the channel?
Yeah, $2,500.
Catalina Channel?
Mm-hmm.
I tried that once, but it was foggy, and I missed Catalina Island. That's true, and I wound up in Alcatraz. Well, that Catalina Island swim, that's one of the toughest swims there is, wasn't it? Pretty cold?
I like ice cold water. You know. I take about 4 cold showers a day.
Cold? No warm water?
I like real cold water. I belong to the Polo Club back in the East.
Oh, you take 4 cold showers every day?
Mm-hmm.
Look, if you'd stop using all that water, California could be independent of the Colorado River. Well, you're certainly an interesting and unusual couple, and I'd like to continue talking, but the time has come for you to win some money. So let's play You Bet Your Life. Now, you selected folk tunes and old-time favorites. The orchestra will play the tune. You tell me the name. If you miss 2 in a row, you're out. If you get 4 in a row right, you win $1,000. Remember your partners, and talk it over before you answer. What is the name of this old favorite? Play it, Jack.
Alouette?
Alouette? Yes. Right.
You have one right now.
Now, what is the name of this familiar old song? It's Sophie Tucker's father. It's old Dan Tucker.
Oh, it would be.
All right. You're not out yet. You have one wrong, but don't get the next one wrong or you will be out of the game.
This next one is a folk song, but not too long ago it wound up on the hit parade. You tell me the name.
On top of Smokey?
That's right, on top of Smokey.
Now you're back in the game with one right.
Had me worried there for a
You know,
minute.
this is not my line, you know.
Barbershop quartets like to sing this next one. You name it. My Bonnie lies over a barroom. That's right.
Now have two right.
All right, give me the title of this one, Jack.
Texas.
The something about Texas.
Yeah, Austin, Texas.
Yellow Rose of Texas, yeah.
Yellow Rose of
Texas.
All right, here's another traditional song. Play it, boys.
Come and sit down, my fine little darling.
No.
That's part of the words. That's part of the words.
Olive Valley. Something.
What?
Red River Valley.
Olive Valley.
Red Liver Valley.
Red River Valley.
And you got 4 in a row, so you win $1,000.
Did they win 4 in a row?
Yeah.
Now you won $1,000. You can keep it and quit, or else you can come back later and try to double your money. You may even get a chance at $10,000. So go over there and sit down and think about it. And if we don't see you later, thanks for being on the show.
Thank you. Let's go to the play.
In just a moment, our second couple will join Groucho to play You Bet Your Life.
Come, Lord, we invite you to pour the packed blue ribbon toast. To 100 million barrels of cheer, we thank you for buying that good Pabst beer. Come, pour, we invite you to pour a Pabst Blue Ribbon Toast.
Pabst is proud of the good times and good people who've helped produce 100 million barrels, the 5 generations of Americans who've made Pabst Blue Ribbon part of their family life. Pabst Brewing Company, Milwaukee. Groucho, we have 2 very special young guests who are waiting to come out here now and meet you. They're Candy Bergen and Melinda Mark. So, girls, come out and see Groucho, please.
Candy Bergen and Melinda Marks. Now, which one is Candy Bergen?
I'm Candy Bergen.
Oh, and you must be Melinda Marks, huh? Well, what do you know? I never heard of either one of them. Girls, if you say the secret word, you know, you split $100. With me. It's a common word, something you find around the house. Candy, it's nice to see you.
Thank
You're
you.
a beautiful girl. And so are you. Now, I know all about you, but I'm sure our listeners don't, so would you tell the audience what your father does and who he is?
He's not doing anything right now.
Well, you know, there's 5 million people out of work. He may get a job soon. Who is he? What is your father's name?
Edgar Bergen.
Your father is Edgar Bergen, the Swedish Nightingale?
Yes.
Oh. Well, then your brothers must be Charlie McCarthy and Mortimer Snide, huh? Melinda, if I'm correct now, correct me if I'm wrong. You're 15 years old, is that right?
Daddy, you know I'm 11 and a half.
How old are you, Candy?
I'm 11 and a half.
Copycat. How is it you're both the same age and your father is Edgar Bergen and Melinda's father is Groucho Marx?
Well, that's life, I guess.
Well, what are your favorite TV shows, Candy?
Oh, I like science fiction theater, Gunsmoke, Wyatt Earp, Cheyenne, Bachelor Father, Danny Thomas, and a lot of others.
I didn't even come in 7th on that list. It's lucky she's not the Nielsen. Melinda, who are your favorite comedians? In other words, who are the funniest people you know?
Well, I think you're the funniest of them all, but I like Richard Goldstone. I think he's very funny, and Topper Wittenberg.
Topper Wittenberg and Richard Goldstone? Are there some new comics on TV that I never heard of? What program are they on?
Oh, they're not on any program. They're in our class at school.
Well, that explains it. I can't compete with them. I'm just not in their class. They're in the 6th grade, and I never got further than the 3rd. Well, it's been a lot of fun talking to you girls, and I hope we meet again someday. But now we're going to play You Bet Your Life. Now, this is the reason Candy and Melinda are on the show tonight. They've been after me for a long time to give them a chance to win some money for the Girl Scouts. And just to make sure they win some money, I'm going to ask George Fenneman, who also has 7 kids of his own. I'm going to let him ask the questions, and I'll join the girls in the quiz. Are you ready, George?
Yes, I am, Groucho.
May I offer you my seat?
Oh, all right.
I may need it later, but...
I think I'm going to enjoy this because we have a little surprise for you, Groucho.
You have, eh?
Yes, we're not going to use the category you studied. As a matter of fact...
I've been double-crossed.
When you hear the rest... We went to the Beverly Hills school superintendent, and together with these people, we prepared a test taken from the 6th grade. In other words, questions that any 6th grader can answer, and I have them right here. I don't know how long I have my job.
I only went to the 3rd grade. I can't answer these questions.
You need any help, you think?
Your father is out here, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
Edgar. Edgar Bergen.
Yeah.
Edgar, what class did you go to in school?
What class?
I mean, how high did you go?
Well, when I got into college, I had a little trouble there. I was in summer school most of the time to get reinstated for the fall term.
You went as far as college?
Yeah.
Well, I'll let you handle this by yourself.
Are you ready? Are you set?
Are you ready?
All right, here's number 1.
Are you ready?
Go ahead, Candy. Go ahead.
What about you? Are you ready?
And here's the question.
Okay.
The Egyptians invented a means of writing by picture. What is it called?
Now, which Egyptians are these?
Why don't you...
The old Egyptians?
Why don't you talk it over among yourselves there?
What are you doing later on? Would you mind repeating the question?
The Egyptians invented a means of writing by picture. What is this means of writing called?
Well, I mean, which company was it? Was it MGM or Paramount?
No, this is historical Egyptians.
They wrote by pictures, or they ought to be ashamed of themselves. You got any answer to this problem?
No, I think it over.
Huh? Well, tell me.
You got it, have you?
Yeah.
Well, what is it?
Hieroglyphics?
That's right. You have one right. 3 more right.
I was going to say papyrus. Would that be right?
Well, that's what they wrote on, isn't it?
Yes. What?
You
they wrote on hieroglyphics?
How about question 2? Would you settle for that?
Well, I'm not satisfied with question 1, but let's go with that. This is the attitude you're going to assume.
Who was the king of Babylonia, famous for his code of laws?
Babylonia? Isn't that what hangs in the delicatessen?
No.
All right, All right. Wish I'd brought him tonight.
Can't you call him?
I brought Mortimer, I think.
Well, now, what was the question?
I've even forgotten it. Who was
about hieroglyphics?
No, you've already gotten that. Who was the great king of Babylonia, famous for his code of laws?
Yeah. Don't look at me.
Was it Jerry Giesler?
I'm sorry. The answer was Hammurabi. Hammurabi. You knew him.
You should have known that. You went to college.
I haven't read the paper for 3 days,
All right, now we have 1 wrong. Don't get the next one wrong or you're out of the game. And here's the next question.
Well, now that we know the answer, can we have that same question over again?
What are the mountains that separate France from Spain?
The Pyrenees.
Say it. You got it.
It's Pyne or something like that.
Well, you know what it is.
Yeah,
you said it. Say it again.
Pyrenees.
That's right. You have 1 right. What do you call the imaginary lines which circle the globe parallel to the equator.
The Maginot Line.
No.
The Marsh Line.
Now, wait a minute. Which one,
The
kids?
circle that go this way?
The ones parallel to the equator.
Oh, latitude.
Well, you're right. You now have two right. What was the former...
An easy one, will you?
This is easy. What was the former name of Istanbul?
What is the farmer's name in Istanbul?
You got a little friend working over here, you know.
Constantinople.
You're right, Constantinople. Now we have three rights. You'll almost have your $1,000 if you get this next one right.
$1,000?
Yes, you'll have it. You want to play the game with me here? How many degrees in a circle?
360. No.
You're right. That brings 4 in a row. So, you've gotten 4 in a row, and you got $1,000 for the Girl Scouts, haven't you? And would you please take your chair back now?
Thanks, Edgar. Thanks.
We'll find out if any of our contestants will try for $10,000 in just a moment.
May 1945. The armies of the Allies hurl themselves against the desperate last-ditch resistance of Hitler's Wehrmacht, advance across the shell-torn German countryside with victory in sight. But when would it come? When would the terrible slaughter end? How many more good men would fall before victory and peace become a reality? May 1945, a time of hoping, a time of waiting. It was NBC newsman Morgan Beatty who broke the story, and exclusive. Heinrich Himmler had made an offer of German surrender to the Allies. Morgan Beatty, cited for outstanding radio reporting, is typical of the top NBC newsmen who bring you news on the hour. This is Chet Huntley inviting you to be with us as the news breaks on News on the Hour, all day, every day, over most of these same NBC stations.
Groucho, here are Gladys Bentley and her partner to give us their decision on the big question.
Now you want $1,000. If you decide to try for the 10 and you fail, you wind up with a total of $500. Now what are you going to do?
I don't want no part of that wheel.
You want to try the wheel?
I don't want no part of that wheel.
You don't want any part of that wheel?
Part of
And, Mr. O'Connor, what is your plan?
Groucho, I just come to say goodbye. I like to see you.
Congratulations for winning the 1,000, and thanks for being on the show. You bet your life.
Thank you very much.
You Bet Your Life is transcribed in Hollywood. Produced by John Goodell. Directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jack Meakin. This is George Fenneman reminding you to tune in again next week, same time, same station, to hear the one, the only Groucho. And see Groucho every Thursday evening on NBC television. You Bet Your Life is heard by our armed forces around the world.
Well, sir, it's 2:45 o'clock in the afternoon as our scene opens now, and here in the living room of the small house halfway up in the next block, we find Mr. and Mrs. Victor Gook. Vic is seated at the library table about to plunge into a piece of special work he's brought home from the office. Sade hovers near the Davenport, and she's saying,
I expect you want to be by yourself.
Maybe I could concentrate better, kiddo.
All right, I'll take my sewing upstairs.
Kind of a rush job I got here. Group of special invoices. They really ought to be in the mail by 6 o'clock tonight. I think I can cut it, though, if I pitch in.
You want another window open before I leave?
I'm quite comfortable, thanks.
It's a pretty warm day.
Yeah, but with any more windows open, there'd be a draft and my papers would blow around.
Uh-huh. All right. If you want anything, just holler.
Hi. Who's on, man?
There's a chap who'll have to be muffled.
Oh, I'll shoo him outdoors. Hi.
I'm free as a breeze.
What's he doing home at this hour?
Last day of school. They always let the kids loose early when vacation starts.
Oh.
I'll shoo him outdoors. He won't bother you.
Greetings, Uncle Ned.
Congratulate me, people. I'm free as a horse. Vacation started 10 minutes ago. No more school for 3 whole months. By George, it's a great feeling.
I'm in sympathy with your glee, Roscoe. I can remember when I experienced the same jubilant emotion. What was it we used to say when school let out for the summer?
No more studies, no more books, no more teachers' cranky looks.
Yeah.
It's a great feeling.
Sure. You've had a long year plugging away at scholarly pursuits, and now you're entitled to relaxation. On behalf of my wife and myself, I proffer felicitations and cordial best wishes for a grand holiday season.
Thanks, Gov. I know you mean what you say.
You bet. Now, if you folks will excuse me, I'll tackle these invoices.
Yes, Willie. Gov's busy. How'd you like to come with me out on the back porch steps?
Be delighted.
I've got sewing to do, and we can have a nice chat and breathe in the fresh air.
Certainly. Okay, Gov, see you later.
Good day, friend.
Good day. By George, man, you should have heard the shout go up when Mr. Tinbunny announced school was out for the summer. He pulled the same old joke he pulls every year. I have a little bad news, students, he says. The Board of Education is suspending classes. Huh?
Let's trot on about our business and let Gov get at his work.
Sure thing.
I'd like to knock off and chew the rag with you, pipe cleaner, but this job is supposed to be finished and in the mail by 6 o'clock.
Perfectly all right, Gov. We can chat later. By George, man, when Mr. Tinbunny announced that school...
Telephone's ringing.
Oh, Ruthie, I bet. They want to play 500 tonight. I should have called her, and then you wouldn't have been bothered. I'll cut it short.
Yes, sir, Gov, it's a great feeling.
Hello? Yes? Yes, I believe he is.
In office.
For you, Willie.
For me, eh? Bluetooth Johnson, no doubt.
It's a little girl.
Well. Annabelle Hemstreet. Thank you, ma'am. Yes, Annabelle. Who? Oh, you, hey, Eunice. Eunice Rayful. I expect you're happy as a lark, Eunice. I certainly am. Yes, indeed, I passed the very same remark on to my folks not 2 minutes ago. Yes, indeed. My father reminded me of a little saying the grade school children shout when vacation starts. No more studies, no more books, no more teachers' cranky looks. Yes, indeed. Well, thanks, Eunice. I've enjoyed the year myself. Goodbye, and I'll see you when we enroll again next fall. Thanks. All right, Eunice. Goodbye. By George, it's an exhilarating old sensation. June, July, and August, I'm free as your undershirt.
Well, let's skedaddle, son. We've held your father up from his work a long time.
Oh, my fault, Gus.
Oh, think nothing of it.
Last day of school, you know, is a pretty exciting thing. An individual is liable to become a trifle delirious.
Sure.
Come on, Willie.
You bet. Grab your sewing basket and we'll go out.
Oh, telephone is ringing.
Yes, indeed. I'll get it, Mom. I'm right here handy.
Oh, sorry, Vic.
Who's telephoning, please? Well, Bluetooth, you old son of a gun, you. I bet you are. Why, I'm walking on air. How's that, fella?
I'll shoo him outdoors in a second.
Oh, that won't help the telephone from ringing.
Well, thank you. I've enjoyed our friendship myself. It's been a grand old year, Bluetooth. A grand old year. Yes, indeed. No, indeed. Yes, indeed. Okay, Bluetooth, fine. All right, and I'll see you next semester when we enroll. Certainly, old fella. You bet. Goodbye, Bluetooth. Goodbye. Bluetooth had a drop of suspicious moisture in his voice.
Is he going away someplace?
No, why?
Oh, I heard you bid him farewell to next autumn.
Oh, that's just tradition.
Oh, is it?
Sure. Last day of school, everybody bids everybody goodbye for the summer.
Oh.
Come on, Raj.
Sure thing, man. Matter of fact, Gov, I'm going to be in Bluetooth Society this very evening.
Really?
We're attending the movie show together. No, when I bid him farewell till next autumn, it was just tradition.
Oh.
Come on, Rush. Gov has to work.
I apologize for the delay, and I hope that...
Telephone is ringing.
Oh, my.
Maybe you could make this one brief, Henderson.
Do my best.
Thanks.
Last day of school, you know.
Uh-huh.
Throws everything off center.
Yeah.
Hello, good president speaking. Oh, yes. How are you, Miss Denbottom?
Oh, my.
Glad to hear it. I'm walking on air. Vacation started. Yep. Oh, about 20 minutes ago. Yeah, I'm free as a baboon. June, July, and August, I can forget about school books and enjoy myself. Yes, indeed.
All right, Raj.
Hey, here's Mom, Miss Denbottom. You bet. Okay, Mom.
You better go out on the back porch.
I'll wait till you're through.
Yes, lady. Isn't it warm, though? Oh, I've been doing a little sewing. Oh, about tonight. Well, I haven't talked to Vic yet, but he's here, and I'll see what it... Well, just a second, Ruthie. Vic, do you want to... Rush, will you stop that?
Sure.
You want to play 500?
Okay.
I'll cut it short. Ruthie, he says just wonderful. Oh, 7:15, 7:30, or 7:45, or kind of halfway and around through there. Fine. You bet. Sure, Ruthie. Yes. All right, then. Goodbye, lady. Willie, you and I are going out on that back porch.
Telephone's ringing.
Goodness.
Well, it's right back this time, no doubt.
We could leave the receiver off the hook.
Oh, it's telephoning, please. Why, Smelly, you won't have with you.
There. We could leave the receiver off the hook.
Happy as ace of spades, by George. I imagine you are. Well, thanks, Smelly. It's been a grand old year. It sure has. I appreciate your saying that, Smelly. I sincerely appreciate your saying that, Smelly. Huh? Oh, you choked back a sob, huh? Uh-huh. Boy, I've been choking back some sobs myself. Hey. Yes, sir. Well, Smelly, you rotten old chicken thief, I'll tell you farewell. Yes, and I'll see you next semester when we enroll. You bet. Goodbye, old fella. Goodbye. Smelly was so overcome by emotion that he had to choke back a sob, by George.
You won't see him till next fall, huh?
I'll see him tonight. He's taking in the picture show with me and Bluetooth Johnson. Like I explained before, this is just tradition, Doc.
I see.
Why, heck, you know what Mildred Tisdale and Hilda Reagan done this afternoon? They cried. Hugged each other and cried. Because they were saying goodbye, see? Why, holy smoke, Mildred Tisdale and Hilda Reagan live right next door to each other. They'll be together all summer long. But it was the last day of school, and they were saying farewell. So they cried away like hyenas. Bye, Mildred. It's been a grand old year. Goodbye, Hilda. We've had wonderful times this semester.
Rush, we've had about enough of this business. Now, your father's got important work to do, and we've interfered as long as we're going to. I'm going to take you by the ear and get...
Telephone is ringing.
Ah, yes, the telephone.
Say, you don't have to look so unhappy.
Ain't you mad?
No. It's the last day of school.
Well, how about your invoices?
No, they can wait till tomorrow. Last day of school is an important thing.
Can I have it quiet, people?
Yeah, you bet.
Thanks. Rice Cook on the end of the wire. Why, Rooster. Rooster David. How are you, fella? Me too. I'm walking on air.
Which concludes another brief interlude. Small house halfway up in the next block.
Hello? Duffy's Tavern, where the elite meet to eat. Special today, pig pickle feast. Archie's speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Yeah. Oh, yeah, must be 3 or 4 customers here already. You hear that, Duffy? You're in business again. Listen, Duffy, you picked out a very bad time to call up. Yeah, we're just going to go on the air for a broadcast. Now, wait a minute, Duffy. Don't get all excited. It ain't costing a cent. No, the network's doing it for prestige. Well, now, Duffy, I can't brandy words with you now. We're just going on the air, I'm telling you. Goodbye, Duffy. I'll see you later.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Mel Allen. Forecast invites you to join us for a decidedly informal evening at Duffy's Tavern, where anyone under the sun is likely to drop in any time to talk things over with Archie. Almost anyone may drop in tonight. Now, people we're sure will be around, however, are Gertrude Neeson, Colonel Stoopnagle, Larry Adler, and John Kirby's orchestra. And now I turn you over to that past master of ceremonies, Archie.
Thank you very much. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is the voice of Duffy's Tavern speaking, formerly Duffy's Bar and Grill and still owned by the same proprietorship. And we take great pride in presenting them great musicians, John Kirby and his high schoolians. They offer their own version of Royal Garden Blues. You will note that in the second chorus, the piccolo player hits a note so high that it can only be heard by a dog. Mr. Kirby. Duffy's Tavern, where the elite meet to eat. The special today, pig's pickle feet. Oh, hello, boss. Hey, how'd you like Kirby's band? They what? Duffy, they do not. Well, I see what you mean. Mm-hmm. Yeah. What is it, Archie? It's Duffy, Mr. Kirby. He says he thinks the band is great. All right, Duffy, I know. I can't tell a guy that, though. You don't understand artists, Duffy. You know, they're much more insensible than you and me. You gotta tolerate them. But Duffy, you haven't liked nothing since Chauncey Olcott cracked up on Mother McCrae. You're living in a graveyard full of Irish tennis. Wait a minute, Duffy. Gertrude Neeson, the new floor show just walked in. What? All right, I'll tell her. I'll speak to you later. Good evening, Miss Neeson.
Hi, Archie.
Say, Miss Neeson, I hate to, I hate to bury sleeping dogs, but Duffy has been complaining about you.
Oh, what's old Novocaine brain squawking about now?
Well, he claims you insulted his best customer, Mr. Feldevik K. Beldorf. Was you out to dinner with Beldorf last night?
Yes, and I'll never go out with that crumb again.
Huh?
You know what happened? He asked me to go out to dinner last night, so I go with him. Well, you know how I never like a strange man to pay for my meals.
Yeah, I know.
So I said to him, Mr. Beldorf, I insist that this dinner should be Dutch. But he said he absolutely wouldn't hear of it.
Well, that's nice.
He said I had to pay for him, too.
That's Beldorf, so what did you do?
Oh, I did what any lady would do. I broke a plate over his head.
What else could you do?
Well, frankly, as man to man, do you think that breaking a plate of soup over a guy's head should be construed as an insult?
No, but Beldorf's a little hypersensitive. Don't like those things. I'll explain it to Duffy, though. By the way, Duffy ain't never heard them golden tones of yours, Miss Neeson. You know, I've told him about you being a great star of the movies and the radio, and when I mentioned that you have been on the stage, he says he had one request.
Look, Archie, even to please Duffy, I will not recite Casey at the bat.
Well, all right, then. But would you mind rendering the customers with a song?
All right, I'll do something especially for Mr. Duffy. Does he rumba?
An amusing question, Miss Neeson. Proceed ahead.
Bailar con la rumba negra marina de Loma. His little knowledge quite good. Maybe it won't help you, but it should. You cannot travel unless you know how not to say yes. That inspirational, so sensational, yes. In Spain they say, si, si. In France they say, oui, oui. Every little Dutch girl says, ja, ja. Every little Russian says, da, da. Well, sweetheart, tell me why. No matter how I try, you won't do my plea, you won't say yes in any language to me. Why don't you say, she? All the monkeys in the tree, they don't have to say, she. All they do is wag their little tails. That's a little gag that never fails. But, sweetheart, tell me why. No matter how I try, you won't listen to my plea. You won't say yes in any language to me. Why don't you say, in any language to me. Why don't you say, or maybe you say, why don't you say,
excuse me. Good evening. Duffy's Tavern, where do you eat meat to eat? Today's special pig's pickle feast. Archie speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, it's you again, Duffy. Say, Duffy, do I have to say that poem you made up every time I answer the phone? All right, I'll say it. Only we're going to be in trouble when the special is corned beef hash. Say, by the way, what did you think of Gertrude Nathan singing? What? Well, gee, Duffy, some people like her. What? A little more pizzicato. All right, I'll tell her. He says you should have sang louder, Miss Nathan.
Let me have that phone. So, you didn't like my singing, Mr. Duffy. And you're the greatest living authority on Irish tenors. You call what you're doing living? Oh, so your wife says a girl who sings like I do would smoke cigarettes. Listen, you crummy old broken-down barfly, you miserable no-good four-flushing... What? Yes, you can call me Gertrude. And furthermore, lame brain, if I had the wings of an angel, I'd beat your brains out with them. Goodbye.
Hello, Duffy. What's new? Duffy, you and your Irish tenors. Wait a minute, Jay. Colonel Stoopnagle just come in there. Good evening, Colonel.
Harding, Screechy.
Well, how are you tonight, Colonel?
Oh, I'm in pretty good shape for the shape I'm in. That is, considering my shape.
Well, that's pretty good. Have a cigar, Colonel?
Yes, I have.
Thanks. I'll be right with you, Colonel. Have a seat. Hello, Duffy. The Colonel's got a look in his eye like a $3 porterhouse. If I play my cards right, maybe I can sell him a slice off of that Kansas City steer you've been saving for inflation. Well, listen, Duffy, that steer ain't getting no younger. Okay, see you later. Well, Colonel, you sure are a sight to give a person sore eyes. Here, let me take your hat and shotgun. Bento wedding?
Huh?
Bento wedding?
No, Archie, I've been hunting ducks.
Hey, Nimrod, would you mind not pointing that shotgun at my head? I just had my hair done.
Pardon me, madam, but you don't have to be afraid of this fowling piece, unless you happen to be a duck.
Well, she don't happen to be no duck, Colonel. She happens to be a canary. Colonel Stoopnagle, this is Chanteuse, Miss Gertrude Nathan.
How do you do? I'm sure.
Well, I haven't seen you in a long time. You're putting on quite a front stoop, Nagel.
Better give me that foul piece, Colonel, and I'll put it out of harm's way.
Hey, careful of that, Archie. That's no ordinary shotgun.
It ain't, huh?
It's what I call a sawed-on shotgun.
Oh.
You will also observe that it's made with one barrel on top of the other instead of side by side. It's for shooting ducks who happen to be riding piggyback.
That's certainly a very clever blundering bust, Colonel.
Blundering bust. Oh, yes. And here's another startling feature about it. One barrel is loaded with bullets, and the other barrel is loaded with nothing.
Loaded with nothing? Why is that?
Well, the loaded one's for shooting ducks, and the unloaded one is for not shooting innocent bystanders.
Oh. Say, Archie, how about that steak for the Colonel? Oh, yeah, thanks for reminding me. Say, Colonel, we got a steak here we've been saving especially for you.
Archie, now you're talking. After that duck hunt, I could eat a horse.
Colonel, you have plate and order. Nick, that saddle steak for Colonel Stoopnagle.
Want me to ride it in, boss?
No, just slap it on the rump and hold the kitchen door open. It'll walk you. Oh, good evening, Officer Clancy. What'll it be, the usual absence frappe?
Never mind that. Who belongs to the blue sedan parked outside, next to the fire hydrant?
Well, what's wrong with that? It's my own fire hydrant.
Now, listen, you.
Now, you listen, Clancy. You're supposed to be a friend of Duffy. Why do you always come in here annoying the customers?
You listen here, Archie, and don't be giving me no back talk. You keep your customers obeying the law, or I'll close you up.
Well, you can't close us up. We ain't got a license.
Yeah, but I know. Well, don't let it happen again.
Okay, Clancy. Holy smoke, Colonel. If he ever finds out we really got a license, we're going to be in trouble.
Well, don't worry, Archie. I've got a pull with the mayor. I can arrange to have your license revoked.
Oh, thanks. Thanks very much, Miss Nathan.
Oh, nothing at all.
Say, Archie.
Yes, Colonel.
Could I interest you in this thing here that I've just invented?
Well, what is it, Colonel? To me, it looks just like a door.
A door? It is. It's a bathroom door that you don't have to wait outside of.
You don't have to wait outside of it. Well, why is that, Colonel?
Because it opens into a closet.
Gosh, Colonel, you sure have got a furtive mind. I'll bet you'd have a million suggestions how to improve this place.
Well, I have one idea you might use, Archie. I've just invented a brand new drink. It's made by brewing malt and yeast and hops together, and the result is a tangy, golden liquid with a frothy head on it.
But, Colonel, we got that here. That's beer.
That's what I call mine.
Now, wait a minute, Colonel. Beer was invented more than 2,000 years ago.
Really? It seems like only yesterday.
Say, Colonel, have you ever tried your hand at inventing an Irish tenor?
Why?
Well, Duffy says either I either get an Irish tenor or I'm fired.
My boy, never despair. I, Colonel Lemuel Q. Stoopnagle, am an Irish tenor.
Aretha, we're saved. Oh, but wait a minute. Duffy only likes Irish tenors.
Ah, sure, me own mother was a queen of the queens of County Down. Ah, she was indeed. Indeed, she was. How well I remember me mother and I.
Colonel.
Over in the cold.
Hey, Colonel.
Outdoor water.
Hey, Colonel, can you sing with a kind of a catch in your voice, maybe?
Listen, Archie, when you hear me sing My Wild Irish Rose, you'll hear the lakes of Killarney. You'll hear the Shannon River flowing softly down to the sea. You'll hear the lilt of Irish laughter, the salt of Irish tears, the beat of brave Irish hearts, and the wail of the Irish banshee. Oh, she was indeed! Indeed, she was! Hear what I mean, Archie?
Yeah, that's just what I'm afraid of. If it ain't done right, Duffy will be on that phone quicker than Jack Robinson and tear the roof off me.
Don't worry about a thing, Archie. This will be magnificent. To the pipe, Mr. Kirby. My wild Irish rose.
Colonel, I think you better stop.
Oh. You may look at.
Hello? This is Finnegan's Pharmacy. This is Finnegan, the pharmacist speaking. All right, Duffy, don't get so excited. All right, well, he stopped, didn't he? What? Oh, Duffy. Well, that ain't possible. No, Duffy, it is not possible. All right.
Hey, what was that, Archie?
It's nothing. We had a request, that's all.
Well, I'm always glad to oblige. What was the request?
Never mind. You couldn't do it.
Say, Archie. Say, Archie. Look who just came in. You know Larry Adler, the harmonica player.
Why, sure. How are you, Mr. Adler? Glad to see you.
Hello, Archie. Nice seeing you again. Say, Archie, you know Larry Adler happens to be the finest harmonica player in the world. You think Duffy would like a sample of his talent?
That Duffy don't want guys with talent. He wants Irish tenors.
Well, Archie, if it'll help at all, I know a million Irish tunes.
Hey, Mr. Adler. Do you know Danny Boy? Duffy always liked that one.
Sure, me boyo, I know it 12.
Okay. Well, let's take a chance on Mr. Adler. But, Mr. Allen, when you announce him, you know, there's no use confusing Duffy about the man's name. You know what I mean.
Yeah. I get it, Andy. I get it. Ladies and gentlemen, Danny Boy, played on the harmonica by the world's greatest harmonica virtuoso, Larry O'Adler.
wonder if that could be Duffy. Hello? You liked him? You really did, huh, Duffy? Oh, well, that's swell. Sure you can hear him on record. Yeah, you're right, Duffy. Nothing like an Irish harmonica player. What? Buy a drink for the house. Are you sure this is Duffy? Well, all right, Duffy, that's fine. Okay. Folks, Duffy's buying a drink for everybody. Did you hear that, Nick?
I heard it, but I don't believe it.
Well, it's true. And by the way, Nick, Duffy says close up the free lunch until the thing blows over.
Yeah, boss. That's more like Duffy. Here you are, folks. Drink hearty. It's on Duffy.
Well, you can quote me as being astounded.
Hey, don't often get Duffy in such a monogamous mood. Well, here goes.
Needlebeard. Seems like old times. Which reminds me, Archie, whatever became of your old friend Two-Top Gruskin?
Two-Top Gruskin? What is it?
It isn't an it. It's a guy. He's a two-headed baseball pitcher. He can watch first base and third base at the same time.
You say he had 2 heads?
Certainly had 2 heads, Miss Neeson. What's so strange about Two-Top having 2 heads?
Oh, there's nothing strange about it. But Two-Top Gruskin.
Well, his real name is Athos and Porthos Gruskin. But they nicknamed him Two-Top, I suppose on account of him having 2 heads.
Very original.
Yeah, what did become of Two-Top?
Oh, he got married.
Happily?
Well, as he always shakes his head when you ask him, is he happily married? Yes and no.
Well, why is that, Archie?
Well, it all started the night that Two-Top's wife, whose maiden name was Inez Harrigan before she was married, the night that she met Two-Top at the Dollar Beer Racket Masquerade Ball down here at Duffy's Bar and Grill. You know, the old place.
Oh, yeah.
Duffy announces that first prize for the best masquerade costume is going to be a free drink on the house, which, as you know, is a very rare offer from Duffy, outside of on St. Patrick's Day. Whatsoever, let's not digress. Anyway, the masquerade gets rolling, and there's terrific competition for the free drink when all of a sudden in comes the big piece of resistance himself. He comes in. Two-Top Gruskin himself. He comes as a pair of bookends.
As a pair of bookends?
Yeah, with a book between his 2 heads. A book his mother gave him. A little book his mother gave him called My Son, My Son.
I get it, boss. I get it. She knew him like a book, eh, boss?
That's good, Nick. But let's not have no more of that. Well, anyway, when midnight comes, the judges give the first prize to the bookends. And when he takes off his mask, everybody is amazed to see that the winner is Two-Top. That's how he met Inez. When he takes his mask off, she gives him a quick glance, and then she turns around again and gives him another glance to confirm the first glance. And right away, it was love at first sight. And she says to me later, I don't know, Archie, there was just something different about him. Says, I guess it's that he was so tall, blonde, and brunette. Well, Two-Top falls for Inez, too, and it ain't 10 minutes before he's playing I Love You Truly on a harmonica and kissing her at the same time. So, finally, he proposes marriages to her.
Bigamy, huh?
Yeah. So Inez says, okay, Two-Top, after all, twice a loaf is better than none. Hello, Duffy. You changed your mind. You've been thinking it over and you don't like O'Adler. But, Duffy, no, you can't take back free drinks after people have drank the drink. No, it's neither practical nor ethnical. But listen, Duffy, will you forget Chauncey old card? I'm in the middle of a story. Yeah, I'll call you back later. That's Duffy, no restraint. Well, anyway, as I was saying, Two-Top is so happy about Inez marrying him that he quick goes over to the bar to celebrate. So Duffy puts first prize to drink on the house down in front of him. But Harold, the bartender, says, don't you think it's pretty cheap, Duffy, giving a 2-headed guy just 1 drink? So Duffy says, okay, I'll be a sport. I'll give the other head the chaser.
Sounds a bit parsimonious, Archie.
Oh, yes, well, fella. Well, Two-Top takes the drink, see? But it seems he takes it with the head that he inherited from his father's side of the family. And the first thing you know, he can't stop drinking. Well, the head that's drinking the chaser tries to control him, but it's no use. So finally, the sober head winks at Duffy and says, better slip my Mickey, Duffy. Well, then the trouble really starts. Duffy, who's a little nearsighted, makes a mistake, and he puts the Mickey into the chaser. Well, in no time, both the Two-Top's heads is out like light. Well, with this, Inez gets mad and she hollers, you're drunk. So as one man, Two-Top comes 2, or rather he comes 4, and he says, who's drunk? So she says, you are. You on the left. Says, come on, Porthos, I'll marry you, but I never want to see that other face again. And that's why, Colonel, to this day, if you ask Two-Top, is he a happy married man, he always nods one head yes and shakes the other head no.
Archie, that's a wonderful story. You're a natural-born raconteur.
Thanks, I think. But I'll be a natural-born corpse if I don't get an Irish tenor for Duffy.
Say, Archie.
Oh, are you here again, Clancy?
Yes, it's the last time I tell you to get that car away from the fire hydrant.
Oh, Clancy, don't... Clancy, do you by any chance know any Irish tenors?
Sure, and I'm an Irish tenor myself.
Clancy Olcott.
What's that, Miss Neeson?
Clancy Olcott. If you can make an O'Adler out of an Adler, why can't Clancy be Clancy Olcott?
But Olcott's dead.
Does Duffy know that?
Well, probably not. He still insists that John L. Sullivan is the heavyweight champion of the world.
You see what I mean, Archie?
Eureka, Miss Neeson. I think you've given me the mucus of an idea. Clancy, do you know when Irish eyes are smiling?
Certainly.
Well, what are we waiting for? Give me that microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, Duffy's Tavern takes great pride and pleasure in presenting, at the exclusive request of Mr. Duffy himself, that celebrated Irish tenor, the Olcott.
When Irish eyes are smiling, sure it's like a morning spring. In the leaves of Irish laughter, you can hear the angels sing. When Irish hearts are happy, all this world seems bright and gay. And when Irish eyes are smiling, sure they steal your heart away.
Hello, Duffy. You liked it, huh? Well, it's about time you heaped an encomium at me. What? Ah, Duffy. What do you know? He's crying. I always cries when he hears an Irish tenor. Ah, now, Duffy, please. Oh, stop, Duffy, stop. Of course we all love you, Duffy. Everybody loves you. Ah, the world ain't against you. Up in the love of Mike Duffy, it ain't true. I tell you, we love you like I was our own son.
And that will give you a rough idea of what Duffy's Tavern will be like when and if it reaches the air regularly. Tonight's program, like each forecast show, is intended as a sample broadcast, an illustration of what you may expect of Duffy's Tavern if it eventually becomes a weekly radio feature. If you want to hear more from Archie, from Gertrude Neeson, from John Kirby's orchestra, and from the never audible but always active Duffy himself, write to CBS and tell us so. Your applause will help to make Duffy's Tavern a weekly broadcast feature.
Next week, Forecast will present a full-hour show from Hollywood, a large-scale musical variety program called Of Stars and States. The cast, headed by John Bowles, will include Virginia Vale, Nan Gray, Arthur Q. Bryan, and Governor Leo Daniel of Texas. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Feel for a beautiful smile, the life of Riley for laughs. Teal, T-E-E-L, Teal, the amazing liquid dentifrice. That's it, T-E-E-L. Teal, the amazing liquid dentifrice, brings you the life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. Remember, friends, for a beautiful smile, it's T-E-E-L, Teal. And right now, it's the life of Riley. Well, the football season is here again, and that means that Riley's son, Junior, captain of the John J. Boskowitz Junior High School 11, is the most important boy in the world to Riley. Right now we find Riley giving Junior a few pointers for the opening game of the season tomorrow.
Now listen, Junior. The one you gotta watch is this fullback, Anderson.
Oh, Riley, will you please stop talking football and finish your dinner?
Yeah, just a second.
Daddy's right. Anderson's terrific at making passes.
Oh, don't worry. I'm pretty good at intercepting them.
Now, Junior, here's another tip.
Oh, Pop, quit worrying. We got a coach.
Oh. So you'd rather listen to the coach than your own father?
Well, why shouldn't he? Since when are you such an authority on football?
Hey, you seem to forget that I played quarterback for 3 years for good old MIT.
MIT? Well, Daddy, you never went to the Massachusetts Institute of Technology.
I'm talking about the Manhattan Independent Truck Drivers. We was tops in the Industrial League. We ran over everybody.
Oh, Dad. Oh, Riley, come on. I want to clear the table.
Hey, this is important. Junior's team has got to win tomorrow. Now, look, Junior, I worked out a swell play for you. I used to use it in the old days. You can give it to the coach with my compliments. Now, Junior.
Yeah, huh?
Well, pay attention. Now, here's the play. This salt shaker is the fullback. The knife here is the line, and this fork is the quarterback. Get the idea? And this jelly donut is the football. Now, watch what happens. The quarterback, that's the fork, scoops up the ball, that's the jelly donut. He throws it. It goes up, up, up. I'm under it, and I catch it.
Riley, you don't have to catch it in your mouth.
Well, what do you think of it, Junior?
Uh-huh. Think of what?
Junior, you weren't listening.
Oh, I'm sorry, Pop. I got something on my mind.
Well, Junior, that's terrible. Worrying before a game is the worst thing that can happen to you. Now, come on, out with it. What's worrying you?
Well, could you let me have some money, Pop?
Oh. Well, a little worry never hurt anybody. Now, this play...
Oh, but, Pop, I need some money real bad.
Well, okay, son. Here's 50 cents.
Oh, I need more than that.
Well, how much do you need, Junior?
$25.
What?
$25? Junior, you ain't planning to get married, are you?
What in the world do you want with all that money?
Well, I need a bike, and there's this new bicycle club, and all the other fellows belong, and Marilyn Morris.
Uh-huh. Your girl. Peg, I don't know what kind of a boy we're raising. All of a sudden, he likes girls.
Now be sensible, Riley. When you were Junior's age, didn't you have a girl?
Sure, but I didn't like her. I mean...
Aw, be a pal, Pop. I just gotta have a bike.
Riley, you did promise to buy him one.
I promised him a bike when he graduated.
But I need it now.
You just have to be patient, like I was. My father promised me a bike when I graduated from grammar school, and I had to wait 12 years to get it.
But, Pop, this is important.
Nothing's more important than that game tomorrow. Remember, everybody in John J. Boskowitz Junior High is dependent on you.
All right, don't give me the money. I'll get it myself, you'll see.
Junior, dear.
Let him go, Peg.
Oh, Riley, I think you were a little too harsh with him.
Well, it was for his own good. You can't play football and think of girls at the same time.
Oh, none.
I'm speaking from experience. In a championship game once, while I was tackling a guy, I was thinking of you. And I was penalized 5 yards for kissing. Come on, team, squash them like grapes and step on the pits. 3 cheers for John J. Boskowitz.
Mr. Riley.
Well, if it ain't Waldo Binney. I'm just practicing a few cheers for the game. How goes it, Waldo?
Oh, my sagging sacroiliac. I came out to the stadium by bus.
Pretty crowded, huh?
Crowded. I started to scratch my back when the woman next to me said, "Oh, what a relief."
Come on, Waldo. I got to see Junior before the game. Give him a little pepper talk. He's over in the locker room.
Oh, football is so exciting. I'll never forget the day I was carried out of the Yale-Cornell game.
Oh, yeah? Well, what happened?
Didn't have any ticket.
Oh, this way, Waldo. I think Junior must...
Hey, Mac.
Me?
Did you place your bets yet?
Bets? You mean you taking bets on this kid's game?
Sure. I'm laying 2-1 on Southern High.
Why, you beat it.
Okay. But you won't get no better odds from the other bookie.
Waldo, did you hear that? Bookies taking bets on a high school game. When gamblers move in, the game gets crooked.
Oh, Mr. Riley, look, isn't that Junior over there?
Where?
Well, sitting in that car there, talking to some man.
Well, yeah, that's Junior. Hey, I don't like the looks of that character he's talking to.
He's got a mean face.
Yeah, shifty-eyed.
An underworld type if I ever saw one.
What does a crook like that want with Junior? Maybe he's... Gee, I wish my ears were bigger so I could hear what they're saying.
Gosh, Dr. Whitaker, you mean you can't come to the team banquet?
I'm afraid not, Junior. I have to leave town right after the game.
Gee, that's too bad.
Yes, I'm going to miss it. I've been treating the team to a banquet after the opening game for 15 years now. But there's no reason why the boys can't have it without me. Now, I'll give you the money and you pay the restaurant.
Gosh, thanks, Dr. Whitaker. You're the swellest principal our school ever had.
That's because I'm the only principal the school ever had. Now, let's see. Where is my wallet? Oh, here it is. Now, here's 5, 7...
Well, can you hear what they're saying?
No, let's get a little closer.
Well, careful they don't see us.
Shh. Listen.
19, 20, and 10 is $30.
Waldo, he's giving Junior money. $30.
Oh, my. A bribe.
A bribe? What for?
To throw the game, of course.
No, he won't take it. Not my Junior. He can't take it. He's got my blood in him.
Mr. Riley, he took it.
The poor kid's anemic.
Take care of everything.
Oh, sure, it's fun.
Oh, Junior, how could you?
The game will be starting soon. Now, you go out on that field and, well, you know what I expect you to do.
I know, and I won't let you down.
See that you don't.
He's threatening him with violence. Why, that rat, I'll break you.
No, now, wait. Don't make a scene. You'll only incriminate Junior.
But he's a crook. He's leaving.
Well... So long, Junior.
So long.
Let me at him. Let me come.
No, you mustn't.
Hello, Pop. What are you doing around here? I thought
Junior, listen. I got to talk to you.
Well, the game's going to start.
I don't care. Now, listen, son.
Junior Riley. I've been looking all over for you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Coach.
I'll get down to the locker room right away. Come on, now.
Okay, Coach.
Junior!
See you later, Pop.
But, Junior, wait! He's gone. Oh, Waldo.
Oh, this is dreadful. Dreadful.
My own boy. A bribe taker. After all I'd done for him. When he was a baby and he cried, I gave him my gold watch to make him stop. When he didn't want to go to school, I gave him a $10 pair of skates to make him go. When he had mumps and wouldn't lie down, I gave him 5 cents an hour to make him stay in bed. I can't understand it. Where did he learn to take bribes?
And only 13 years old, too. What'll he do when he grows up?
I don't care. I'm through with him.
No, but he's your son.
I'm through with him. I'll feed him, I'll clothe him, I'll send him through college, and I'll pay for his wedding. But after he's married, he's on his own.
But, Mr. Riley, the game will start soon, and he's going to throw it.
Come on, let's get out of here. To think that my own boy would sell his birthright for a mess of pot cheese. For a measly $30. If he wanted money so bad, why didn't he come to me? I would have... Oh, Waldo.
What's wrong, Mr. Riley? What's the matter?
It's all my fault. He did ask me, and I turned him down. The poor kid begged me for a bite, and I refused him. Why didn't I listen to him? Oh, I'm a beast.
No. Don't say that. Everybody loves you.
That's my trouble. I'm a lovable beast. Come on, Waldo, to the locker room. There's still time to stop Junior.
Yeah, what is it?
Coach, I got to see Junior Riley right away.
I'm sorry, no visitor.
But I got to see... Waldo, what'll I do?
You just got to get to Junior. He mustn't throw that game.
But they won't let me.
Oh, but you've got to think of some way. Come on now, think hard.
I'm thinking.
Well, use your brain.
Waldo, I can't do two things at once. I got it. This crooked gambler we saw is bribing Junior to lose the game. Okay, I'll bribe Junior to win the game.
Bribe?
Give me a pencil, quick. I gotta write Junior a note. Let's see, that gambler gave Junior $30?
Yes.
Dear Junior, I know what you're expected to do on that field today. Don't do it. Do exactly the opposite. I am enclosing $31 to make it worth your while. Signed, a friend. That ought to fix things.
I don't know. Now, maybe you
I know what I'm doing, Waldo. I'll put this in my pay envelope here with $31. It's 10, 25, 30, and 4 quarters. It's lucky I got paid today.
But listen, Mr. Riley, maybe...
There's no time. They're starting any minute.
Yeah? Oh, it's you again. I told you...
Yeah, I know, Coach. Please, give this note to Junior Riley. It's important. I'll wait for an answer.
Okay. Junior, here's a note for you.
Well, for me, Coach? Well, who brought it?
Oh, I don't know. Some dumb-looking palooka. He's waiting for an answer.
Hey, there's a lot of money in here.
What's it
I don't
say?
get it. Well, let's... Dear Junior, I know what you're expected to do in that field today. Don't do it. Do exactly the opposite.
What? Let me see that. Why, the cheap. Waiting for an answer, is he? I'll give him an answer. Come in here, you.
Yeah, much obliged.
Pop!
That's your father?
Well, yes, sir.
Oh, that beats everything. Trying to bribe your own kid.
Yeah, I was bribing him to...
So, you admit it?
Well, no, I don't admit
You wrote this note, didn't you?
Yeah, I wrote it, but...
You signed it a friend, didn't you?
Yeah, but I'm not really his friend. I'm his father.
Oh, Pop, what did you do it for?
Well, I can explain, Coach. You see, a little while ago, I saw my boy...
You saw what?
I didn't see him. I didn't see anything.
There's the whistle. All right, team, come on, boys. Everybody on the field. Now, make it snappy. Let's go here.
Come on, boys. Let's go now.
Just a minute, Junior. Not you.
Well, Coach, you mean I can't play?
Not until there's a full investigation.
But, Coach, I'm the captain. It's the opening game.
You heard me.
Now, just a minute. You can't do this to my boy.
I'll take care of you later. If you weren't the boy's father, I'd have you arrested on the spot. Now, get out.
No, let me explain. I saw Junior take... I thought the gambler was... I only gave him money to... You're hanging an innocent man.
We'll bring you the second act of The Life of Riley in just a moment. Meanwhile, this is Ken Carpenter. Dental authorities say...
When gums are sore, brushing the teeth with toothpastes and powders which contain harsh abrasives is irritating. Often makes things worse.
Heed that professional advice. Sore gums, tender gums, are often the first sign of serious dental trouble. They're nature's warning to watch out. When gums are sore, there are 2 common-sense things to do. First, see your dentist. And second, stop all gum irritation. At the first sign of tender gums, switch to Teal, the liquid dentifrice. Teal is good for tender gums because it contains no abrasives, does not irritate even the tender gum tissues. In fact, because Teal is a liquid, it reduces the irritating effect of the brush itself, authorities say. Teal lets you massage your gums gently. Once you've tried Teal, you'll want to make it your permanent dentifrice. You'll especially like the way Teal makes teeth look sparkling clean, the way it helps sweeten your breath and gives your mouth a refreshed, tingling taste. So, if gums are sore, see your dentist and switch to Teal. Better yet, don't wait for that warning signal. Get Teal now and follow directions on the package. Remember, that's Teal, T-E-E-L, Teal, the modern liquid dentifrice. And now back to The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. A few minutes before the big football game between Boskowitz Junior High and Southern High, Riley got the completely mistaken idea that his son took a bribe to throw the game. When he offered Junior a counter bribe to win the game, he was caught in the act. Now Riley faces a charge of bribery, and poor Junior has been kicked off the team. The game is on, but Riley and Junior are still in the locker room.
Junior,
Go away, will you, Pop?
But, Junior...
Go away, please.
Listen, Junior.
The way I feel now, I never want to talk to you again.
You never want to talk to me again. I never want to talk to you again. Now listen to what I have to say.
I don't want to listen.
Junior, I want a little respect. Remember, I'm old enough to be your father.
Some father. Why did you do it?
Why did I do it? Why did you do it?
What did I do?
Don't try to braze it out. This is how you repay me. After all the years I slaved away to give you a better chance in life.
Oh, I don't know what you're talking about.
Look at my hands. Full of calluses working for you. Look, this callus paid for your tonsils. This callus straightens your teeth. And this little callus here, when it swells up, is going to send you through college. Why, I ain't even got one callus for my own personal pleasure.
Pop, all you ever do is get me into trouble.
I get you. That settles it. You and me are through. I want a divorce.
Well, I'm through with you. You'll see. I'm changing my name.
I'm changing my name, so don't pick the name I'm picking.
Don't worry, I won't.
Junior, wait. Junior, come back. Oh, Junior, come back. I can't live without you. What a life. I wish the earth would open up and swallow me.
I wouldn't say that if I were you.
Who's that?
It is I, Digby Odell, the friendly undertaker.
Hello, Digger.
Greetings, Riley. You're looking fine. Very natural.
Digger, I feel terrible. Nobody's ever been as low as I am right now.
Would you care to bet?
I'm going to be disgraced, Digger. Nobody will talk to me. All my friends will drop me.
Not me, Riley. I've never dropped anyone. What's the trouble, my boy?
It happened right before the game started. Were you here?
No, I was delayed by some business that turned up. I got here right after the kickoff.
Well, my junior was thrown off the team. He did a bad thing.
Ah, boys. The dear little lads are invariably creating difficulty. There's a gang of hoodlums that have been annoying me. The other day they took a sign from the street and hung it on the door of my business establishment. Oh, I was furious.
Well, why? What did the sign say?
One-way traffic. I was mortified.
Well, what Junior did was worse. He took a bribe to throw the game.
Oh, Riley, that's a dreadful accusation unless you have real proof. In my profession, we have a slogan. Always be sure of your ground before you start throwing dirt.
I saw him with my own eyes talking to this gambler.
Oh, the scoundrel. I'd like to lay him out. Oh, come, Riley, let's get back to our seats. They're starting the second half.
No, I've lost my taste for football.
Football. The groans and moans as 22 perspiring youths attempt to capture 10 yards of territory that actually belongs to the city. I adore football. It's so gay.
Well, it ain't gay for me. You go without... Look, over there near the bench. The guy in the black hat, it's him, the gambler.
Are you sure?
Positive, he's talking to the whole team. He's trying to bribe the whole lot of them.
Well, don't stand there, man. Quick, after him.
Yeah, come on, Digger.
Hurry, Riley. He's walking away.
I'll stop him. I'll bring him down with the flying tackle. Here I go. Got him! I got him!
Riley, you missed him. Take your head out of that water bucket.
What's the meaning of this? Who is this idiot?
This idiot's the guy who's going to put you in jail. Come here, you crook.
Take your hands off me. Coach! Coach!
Oh, it's that Riley. Didn't I tell you, Riley?
This is the rat. Listen, everybody.
Let go of me, sir. Unhand me, I say.
Come on, you four-flushing weasel, you low-down conniving crook. Tell the people who you are.
I am Dr. Winslow Emerson Whittaker, principal of the Boskowitz Junior High School. Now, my dear sir, what were you about to say?
May I leave the room? I wasn't driving him to lose. I was driving him to win.
Wait a moment. Let's have some discipline here. Don't you realize, Mr. Riley, that the money I gave your son was merely to pay for the banquet?
Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. You mean Junior didn't take a bribe? My boy is honest?
Why, he's as honest as I am.
What a revolting development this is.
How could you possibly assume for one moment that I was a gambler?
Well, it was your crooked face.
Well, at any rate, it's all settled, and your boy Junior's in the clear.
Oh, that's great. Will you put him in the game now, Coach?
Oh, will I? We're behind 7-6, and it's almost over. Go get him.
Right away. Junior! Oh, I just remembered we had a fight. He ran away.
Oh, we've got to find him.
I'll go out and look for him. I'll comb the city.
Oh, there's no time. This is a fine mess you got us into.
I got it. I'll get Junior. We ain't licked yet. O'Reilly never says die until he's been dead 6 months.
And now there's only 9 minutes left to play, and the score is 7-6 in favor of Southern. It begins to look bad for Boskowitz.
Why doesn't Junior do something, Mother?
Bradford and Greenberg are playing a great game for the Boskowitz team, but they just can't seem to dent that Southern line.
Junior can't be playing a good game today. The announcer hasn't even mentioned his name once.
Oh, your poor father must be disappointed.
And now Boskowitz has the ball on the 50-yard line.
Announcer, give me that mic. I gotta talk.
Please, sir, we're on the air. Now the ball is snapped back.
I gotta talk. Give me the air.
Babs, listen to that. Sounds like some drunk.
Come on now, mister. Get out of here.
No, I gotta talk.
Okay, you asked for it.
This is Chester Riley taking over. The regular announcer accidentally walked into somebody's fist.
Mother. Oh, no.
Folks, if any of you see my boy Junior, tell him to come to the stadium right away. Junior, please come back. You can play. Hey, find Junior. Babs, find Peg and tell her to find Junior. Please, Junior, if you're listening, come to the stadium. And if you ain't listening, turn on the radio.
I don't understand what's Junior doing.
Quiet, Ben.
Please, Junior, come back. Please, please.
Hello, Mom.
Junior, what's happened?
Why aren't you playing?
Junior, hurry up. We need you.
Oh, is Pop home? Then I'm going out.
It's the radio. Quick, go to the stadium.
What? You mean I can play?
Yes, hurry.
Junior, please, come.
Okay, Pop, I'm coming.
Junior, come to the stadium. There's only a minute left to play. Your team is going to lose unless you kick a field goal. Come to the stadium, Junior. Do you hear me? Come to the stadium. I'll raise your allowance, Junior.
Pop, am I in time?
Beat it, kid. I got to find Junior.
Pop, I'm Junior.
Holy smoke, television. I mean, Junior, it's really you.
Yeah, what happened?
Never mind. Quick, get out on that field. Kick that goal.
Okay, Pop.
Folks, stay close to your radio. My Junior just came into the stadium. He's going to kick that goal. You hear that, folks? That's my boy they're cheering. The game is in a bag for Boskowitz because that's my boy who's going to do the kicking. They're lined up now on the 18-yard line, and my boy is ready to kick.
Lock that kick! Lock that kick!
We can't lose now, folks. Not with my boy kicking. He's all set now. The ball snapped back to Williams. He holds it in position. And here comes my boy. There goes his foot, and he kicks it. And there goes the ball up and up it goes. Hey, where's the ball? Holy smoke, he missed the ball completely. He's my boy, but he's got his mother's feet.
We'll be back in half a minute. Tender gums are a warning signal. Avoid further gum irritation. Change from toothpaste or powder to Teal, the non-abrasive liquid dentifrice. Teal not only makes teeth sparkling clean, but actually is good for tender gums. That's T-E-E-L, Teal.
Junior, do you really forgive me for thinking you'd take a bribe?
Oh, sure I do, Pop.
Thanks, son, but that ain't enough. I gotta make it up to you, so I got you, take a look on the porch.
Oh, Pop, a bike. You got me a bike.
Yes, sir, it's all yours.
Oh, well, where'd you get the money?
Well, I didn't, what's the difference? Try it out.
Oh, boy, it's a beaut. Hey, look, what's this painted on the frame? Crawford E. of the Daily Eagle. Well, Pop, this is one of the bikes the paper loans to their newsboys.
That's right, son. Wake me up tomorrow morning at 5.
Procter & Gamble, makers of Teal, the amazing liquid dentifrice, invite you to be their guests next week to hear the life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. William Bendix is currently starring in the Paramount picture 2 years before the Mass. The Life of Riley is produced for Teal by Irving Brecker and is directed by Don Bernard. Music by Lou Kozloff. The script was by Alan Lipscott and Reuben Schiff. Mrs. Riley is Paula Winslow, Digger Odell is John Brown, Babs is Sharon Douglas, Waldo is Dink Trout, Dr. Whitaker is Pat McGee, and the coach is Ed Chandler. Remember, if you live in a community that did not observe daylight saving time, The Life of Riley will come to you next week, 1 hour later. This is Ken Carpenter on behalf of Teal, inviting you to listen again next week to The Life of Riley. And remember, for lovely smiles, it's T-E-E-L, Teal. Teal, the amazing liquid dentifrice, protects teeth beautifully.
Ladies, the exciting news these days is Dreft. D-R-E-F-T. Dreft. Procter & Gamble's sudsing miracle that gets dishes so clean they shine, even without wiping. Yes, the first suds in history to wash even glasses so clean they positively sparkle whether you wipe them or not. You see, Dreft is different from any soap or soap flakes you ever used. It can't leave any streaks on dishes the way all soaps do.
Yes, and it's almost unbelievable the way Dreft cuts grease. It just seems to melt away.
Another thing, in water as hard as nails, Dreft makes suds instantly. Gives 5 times more suds than any soap you ever used.
Dreft is kind to my hands, too. It's just wonderful every way.
That's a fact. No soap in the world, no other suds of any kind, is the same as Dreft. Dreft, the amazing suds discovery that gets dishes so clean they shine even without wiping. Get D-R-E-F-T. Dreft.
Listen again next week when Teal, for a Beautiful Smile, brings you The Life of Riley.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Granny's, Abner. I believe that's our ring.
Dog Islam, I believe you're right.
I'll see. Hello, Jot 'em Down store. This is Lum and Abner.
Now, let's see what's going on down in Pine Ridge. Well, by writing a fake letter that told of buried jewels and valuable silver pieces, Squire Skimp tricked Lum and Abner into buying a worthless piece of property. After Squire had left, the old fellows discovered that the letter had been written on Squire's typewriter, and thus they realized that M.K. Skimp had swindled them again. As we look in on the little community today, we find Lum in the Jot 'em Down store and library, and Abner is just entering. Listen.
Abner, how many times do I have to tell you not to slam that screen door?
I'm sorry, I forgot. Doggies, Lum, you ought to see Cedric over at that old Hurley place.
What's he doing over there?
He's over there just digging for all he's worth. I reckon I ought to have told him about that letter we got from Mr. Trafford telling about them buried jewels and stuff over there.
Well, didn't you tell him that was a fake letter? That it was actual wrote by Squire Skelton?
Why, sure, I told him, but you know Cedric, he wouldn't believe that part of it. He's bound and determined that he's going to dig till he finds a treasure, he says.
Oh, for goodness sake.
Why, he's got holes dug all over that place. Looks like a big gopher's been working over there. Well, for the land's sakes, if he ain't got an arv...
Who ain't got an arv, Cedric?
No, Squire Skelton. Look at him there. Coming up there just as big as life, starting right in here.
Well, I phoned him and asked him to come over here. I want to have a talk with him.
After he tricked us into buying that no-good piece of property, I thought you said you weren't going to have no more to do with him long.
Well, that's what I want to talk to him about, Abner. I've decided he ain't going to get away with this.
Huh?
I'm going to try to get our money back or get back that note we signed.
Oh.
We ain't got no $250 to throw away on a worthless piece of ground.
$373 is what it was.
Yeah, with the interest added on to it.
Oh, yeah.
I still don't see how he figured that much interest. But he done it so fast I couldn't follow him.
No, mine. Howdy, Squire.
Yeah, howdy, Squire. Come on back.
Well, gentlemen, marvelous weather we're having. Wonderful day. Uh-huh. You wanted to see me about some little matter, did you, Lum?
Yeah, but it ain't no little matter, Squire. It's a $373 matter. We want our note back.
What's that, Lum? You want your note back?
Yes, sir. We don't want to have no part of that rundown piece of property you sold us.
That's our time, Lum. Well, now, just a minute here, Lum. I sold you that property fair and legal.
Well, I don't believe you did.
Yes, I did,
either
too.
Fair or legal.
I did, Lum. As a matter of fact, I never sold it to you. You bought it. It was your own idea. You asked me to sell you that lot, Lum. I didn't approach you on the matter. In fact, you begged me to.
Yeah, but you just tricked us into saying that.
Why, that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard of. If you will recall, Lum, I even tried to talk you out of buying that lot, and you wouldn't listen to me.
I know you did, but that was just a part of the scheme. You wrote that letter to us yourself, and you know it.
Letter? What letter is that, Lum?
Don't act so innocent, Squire. You know what I mean. The letter was signed O.W. Trafford, Jr., but we got proof that it was actually you that wrote it.
Proof? Why, that's ridiculous, Lum. I never heard of such a story in my life.
Ridiculous?
Yes, it is.
Well, you better get that letter T fixed on your typewriter before you try any more schemes like this.
What's that?
Abner, go get both the letter and the deed that Squire gave us.
Yeah, sure. Whereabouts are they, Lum?
They're back there in the feed room, I think, right on that table next to the printing press.
Oh, yeah, I'll get them.
Well, hurry up.
Well, now, just a minute, Lum. What is all this about a letter T? What are you referring to?
You'll see in just a minute, quick as Abner gets back. See, all the letters T are sort of crooked and up higher than the other letters in the deed and the letter from Mr. Trafford both.
Well, that could be merely a coincidence, Lum. No, you're falsely accusing me here, Lum. Basing your whole case on that circumstantial evidence. That's the only thing you have.
Well, I don't know what we're basing it on, but we're aiming to get our note back. I can tell you that right now.
Well, I'm very sorry to see you taking this attitude, Lum. Jumping at conclusions and indicting an innocent man. That's what you're doing. What did you say the name was, Lum? The name of this gentleman that you referred to who wrote you the letter?
Oh, you know as well as I do what his name is. O.W. Trafford, Jr. It's a pretty fancy name you studied up there.
Well, now, right there is just one example of how wrong you are, Lum. I never fabricated that name. There actually was a family by the name of Trafford that lived in Pine Ridge. And there's records to prove it, too.
Well, there might have been some Traffords for all I know, but none of them wrote that letter. I know that for sure. Granny's what's keeping Abner. He never can find anything.
Lum, I can take you right into the county seat to the courthouse and show you where at one time there was a Bertram F. Trapper that lived right here in
Just a
Pine
second,
Ridge.
Squire. I better go find them things myself. You wait here, Squire.
Hurry up, Lum. I'm a busy man. Perhaps we better continue this some other time, Lum.
No, you stay right there now. We'll straighten it up right now. I'll be back there.
Well, I haven't time, Lum, to fool around on things like this. Oh, well, hello there, Cedric, my boy.
Morning, Mr. Squire. Wonderful world.
Yes, wonderful world.
Boy. Wonderful world.
Well, what are you so elated and excited about, Cedric?
Is Mr. Abner here?
Why, yes. He's back in the feed room there. Did you want to see him?
Yes, Mom. I wanted to tell him he's all wrong about the old Hurley place.
So what's that?
He said there wasn't no buried treasure over there, but I found them. Boy.
What? Cedric? You found them? What did you find?
Silver dollars.
What?
I've been digging them up over there as fast as I can. I pick one up and dig another shovelful and pick another nut. And dig another shovelful and pick another nut.
Cedric, are you sure about this now?
Oh, yes, Mom. I'll bound you 1,000,000 or 1,000 of them over there.
Swan to goodness. Cedric, don't say anything about this to Lum or Abner.
Don't say nothing to him now.
No, don't mention the subject at all, Cedric.
Well, that's the reason I come over here, to tell them about it.
Yes, I know, Cedric, but you see, well, just a minute, my boy, just a minute now. I've got something here for you. Yes, here. Here's a $5 bill now. You take that. Run along and enjoy yourself. Go get your girl Clarabelle and take her in the county seat to picture show.
No, Ma, I don't want that. I can get all the money I want. Just dig it up like you do with potatoes.
Oh, yes, well, I tell you, Cedric, let me talk to Lum and Abner before you tell them anything about this. Let's just sort of keep this for a surprise for them. Just a secret between me and you.
Surprise, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Play a Josh on them, huh?
That's it, Cedric.
That'll be a good one.
Yes, you're a fine boy, Cedric, fine boy. And another thing, I'm a very busy man today, Cedric, and I came over here to see Lum and Abner on some business, and I must get it done in a hurry, you know. I've got to talk to them. So, wait a minute. Be quiet now. Here they come. Remember, Cedric, this is our little secret now.
Surprise!
No, Cedric, not yet. Oh, well, did you find them, Lum?
Yeah, they'd slipped down back of the table.
Oh, well.
Hello, Cedric. Hello, Mr. Lum.
Yeah, howdy, Cedric. All right now, Squire. Just look at these papers here, and we'll show you a thing or two. Looky here.
Well, I hardly think that this is a significant point, Abner.
Go ahead and look at them, Squire.
Oh, yes, I see.
If this deed and that letter weren't wrote on the same typewriter, I'll eat both of them. Look at them T's there. See there how they stick up higher than the other letters?
Yes. Well, I will admit, Lum, there is a slight similarity there, but I still say that it could be merely coincidence. However, now, Lum, if you feel that I've done you an injustice, I'm ready to make amends. Let it never be said that M.K. Skimp ever took an unfair advantage of a friend or a customer. Now, here, Lum. Here's your note right here, and I'll just tear it up before your very eyes.
Oh, wait a minute, though. Let me see if that's sure enough our note you're tearing up.
All right, here. Take a look at it yourself. There's your name signed and Abner's right there. That's yours, all right.
Strange it is.
Yes, well, I'll just tear that right up, Lum, right now before you, so you know that there's nothing wrong with it. And there. Now, if you'll return the deed to me, why, we'll call everything square. And just forget the whole little incident.
Yeah, and the quicker I forget it, the happier I'll be, too. Here, take your old deed.
Yes, much obliged, Lum. Well, I've got to run along now, men, but I trust we'll meet again soon on more friendly terms. Well, good day, gentlemen.
Yeah, so long, Squire.
So long, Squire. Doggies, he sure come across in a hurry, didn't he? You scared him, I believe.
Reckon he's scared of it.
I believe he was.
Yeah, but he knowed we had him as soon as we brung out that letter and the deed.
Why, sure. Still, he wouldn't come out flat-foot and admit, though, that he wrote that letter.
Surprise!
Surprise? What'd you say that for, Cedric?
Mr. Squire told me to keep the good news for a surprise for you fellas.
What good news?
About me digging up all them silver dollars over there at the old Hurley place.
Silver dollars?
You mean that you actually found them in the ground over there, Cedric?
Yes, Mom. Just kept digging them up. Every shovelful I dig, there'd be another $1 there.
Oh, my doggies, you hear that, Lum? Why, there must be buried treasure over there after all.
If that don't beat the bugs a fight.
Oh, me.
Wait a minute. Cedric, did you say you told that to Squire? Yes, Mom. It was his idea about the surprise. Didn't want me to tell you. And as I see now why Squire was so anxious to buy back that property.
Why, sure.
Why in the world didn't you tell us before you told him, Cedric? Well, I was aiming on doing that, but he wouldn't let me.
Why, that snake in the weeds. How many dollars did you pick up, Cedric?
Oh, I don't know. I never counted them. Just put them in my pocket. Just kept putting them in there. Let's see here. I must have about...
Doggies, I wish we went over and done some digging ourselves, Lum.
Well, I'll be dogged. I ain't got no dollars in my pocket.
Huh? No dollars?
No, Mom. I ain't even got my own lucky dollar. You know what I was doing.
No, what?
I got a hole in my pocket here. I was picking up the same dollar all the time.
Good evening. The makers of the new Rinso bring you the Amos and Andy Show with their guest tonight, the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer star currently appearing in Heavenly Body, Miss Spring Byington. Andrew H. Brown rarely has anything to look forward to. However, this happens to be one of those occasions when he can hardly wait for the day to arrive. His nephew, Jimmy, a member of the armed forces, is coming to New York to spend his furlough with his Uncle Andy. At the moment, the proud uncle is in his office reading Jimmy's letter to Andy.
Listen to this part of the letter, Amos.
Yeah, go ahead, Andy.
He say here, and so I will arrive in New York sometime Thanksgiving morning and will come right to your place. I sure will be happy to see you, Uncle Andy. Give my regards to your friend Amos, your loving nephew, Jimmy.
Oh, that's great. He's coming up to New York for Thanksgiving. Oh, yeah, that's nice, Andy.
Yeah, and look here. He done sent me his picture here in his uniform.
Oh, let me see that. Boy, he's certainly good looking, all right.
Sure is. Everybody say he looks exactly like me.
Tell me this, Andy. Is you going to give your nephew a nice Thanksgiving dinner?
Well, now, that's exactly what I want to talk to you about. I was pretty proud of that boy, Amos.
Oh, I know you is, Andy.
And now, look here. You see, I live in one room, and I ain't got no stove or nothing. I ain't got no way of cooking no big Thanksgiving dinner.
Yeah, I know.
And I kind of hate to ask you this, but...
Go ahead.
Well, I was wondering if you would put on the dinner at your place. I'd buy the turkey and pay for everything. You see, Amos, it's just on account of my nephew. I'm kind of proud of him, and I want to do it right.
Oh, sure, Andy. Sure we'll do it.
Oh, that sure is nice of you, Amos. I really appreciate that. And I know Jimmy will, too. Yeah, I'm going to write him and tell him that we're going to have a big Thanksgiving dinner for him with turkey and everything.
Yeah, I was just thinking, Andy, Thanksgiving Day is a week from yesterday, and I hear that turkeys is pretty scarce.
Oh, I'll get one all right, Amos. Don't worry. The Kingfish say that he's going to take me over to see his butcher.
I thought the Kingfish and his butcher wasn't speaking to each other.
Well, they wasn't, but the Kingfish made up with him at the beginning of the turkey season.
Well, now, all you got to do, Andy, is to get the turkey, and me and Ruby will take care of everything else.
Oh, that's great. Put it there, son.
Well, hello there, boys. How is you?
Yeah.
Well, hello there, Kingfish. We're just talking about you.
Who you was, huh? Speaking of the loving Kingfish.
By the way, did you see the picture of Andy's nephew, Jimmy?
Yeah, look here. Here it is right here. He look pretty good, don't he? He's my nephew on my mama and papa's side.
Yeah, nice picture here. He's a private already, huh?
You know, Kingfish, Andy's nephew is coming up here for Thanksgiving Day.
Yeah, and I want to get a turkey for him. Kingfish, I want you to take me over to your butcher like you said you would.
Oh, any time at all, Brother Andy. Yeah, I'll go with you now.
Okay, that's good. By the way, do you know anything about how to pick out a good turkey, Kingfish?
Yeah, sure I do. Brother Andy, whenever I picks out a turkey, I always kind of feels around the legs there. That's important.
Tis, huh?
Oh, yeah, you take an athlete. Now, when he runs and exercises and all that stuff, he gets hard and tough. So the idea in picking out a turkey is to get one that has done led a lazy life.
Well, Kingfish, I got just one turkey left.
Yeah, let us take a look at it, Carl. It's for my friend here, Mr. Brown. He got a nephew coming home from the army on Thanksgiving, and he wants to get a nice tender bird.
Yeah. How much did that turkey weigh that you has got there, mister?
Oh, about 14 pounds. That's it right up there on that hook. Last one left.
Boy, that looked good, all right.
Put it down here on the counter, Carl, so I can examine it.
Yeah, sure will. Yeah, yeah, sir.
Now, let me see here. I want to feel around his legs here. This turkey has done a lot of running, didn't he?
That's prime turkey, and the only one I got left. You're lucky to get it.
Yeah, I think I'll take it, Kingfish.
Now, wait a minute, Andy. Keep your big mouth shut. Wait just a minute. Don't let's rush into the thing. Let me feel the turkey's wings here. Done a lot of flying, too, didn't it, Carl?
To tell you the truth, Kingfish, I don't know. I just met the bird 3 days ago.
Well, I'm going to take it, Kingfish.
Andy, will you please wait a minute? I'm just trying to help you here. Turn the turkey over on the other side, will you, Carl?
Yeah.
You know, Andy, I don't like the shape of this turkey's back.
Look here, Kingfish. We ain't buying for its figure.
Yeah, but all them things count.
Excuse me a second, boys. I want to go out in front and raise the awning up.
All right, Carl.
Listen, Kingfish.
Wait a minute. Come on down here, Andy, so we can talk. I don't want this other butcher down the other end of here.
Well, Kingfish, why can't I buy that turkey?
Now, look, Andy. Do whatever you want to do. It's your money. I just try to help you. I try to give you the benefit of my long turkey experiences.
It's a good turkey, though, ain't it?
Well, yeah, it's a good turkey, Andy, but I like to check and double-check the thing to make sure.
Well, if you think the turkey is all right, why is we hemming and hawing around here?
Listen, Andy, it's just like when a fella is figuring on marrying some gal. She might look nice and pretty and look good in clothes and all that stuff. At the same time, you want to get a look in her mouth to make sure that you ain't go run into $50 or $100 worth of dental work. And we just want to make sure that we're getting a good turkey, too.
Well, I'm going to buy it, Kingfish.
Okay, then, and I don't think you can go wrong.
Say, Carl, I'll take that turkey.
All right, I'll put it on the scale. Hey, wait a minute. Say, Joe, what'd you do with that turkey that was right here?
Well, I just sold it to that man going out the door there.
Well,
Kingfish, what would you charge to stop helping me?
Well, I'm sorry you boys missed your chance of that turkey, but I guess Joe didn't know you was thinking about buying it.
Come on, Andy. We'll go to a good butcher shop. Listen, Carl, if this is the way that you want to treat an old customer that has paid up till last July, it's okay with me.
Sorry, gentlemen, we haven't had a turkey in here in 10 days. We got a mailing list a mile long.
No turkeys, huh?
Not a chance. We don't expect any more turkeys until after the first of the year, and maybe not then.
Turkeys? Are you kidding?
Yes, Henry, there just ain't a turkey for sale in the whole town.
Yes, I know. Mrs. Van Porter was saying at breakfast this morning that the turkey situation is cute. But I didn't know it was cute as that.
Yeah, well, I could have got one, but this part-time genius here, the Kingfish, helped me so much I didn't get it.
Considering the source of that remark, I'm going to disignore the whole thing.
Please, boys, please, let's not have no fights. After all, we is all civilized gentlemen, you know.
Come in, Lightning, come in.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, Lightning.
I thought I'd find you fellas over here at Miss Andy's office. Miss Andy, this letter come for you over at the Lodge Hall, and I thought it might be something important.
Oh, thank you, Lightning. Well, it's from Jimmy.
Oh, it is, huh? What do we say, Andy?
Yes, what is in it?
Say, dear Uncle Andy, I don't have time to write much, but there is a buddy of mine here at camp who lives too far away to go home and visit his folks for Thanksgiving. I took the liberty of asking him to come up to New York with me and have Thanksgiving turkey dinner with us. I hope this will be okay with you. Your loving nephew, Jimmy. Well, fellas, I really got to get a turkey someplace. I ain't going to let them two boys down.
Yeah, sounds like they're counting on turkey already. Gee, Andy, I wish I'd known how to help you.
Yeah.
I wonder if there would be anything in getting a couple of chickens and tell your nephew that the turkeys is running small this year.
Well, another thing, I'd have to tell him that the turkey this year tastes like chickens, too.
Yeah, I guess you would.
Say, boys, I just had a thought here.
Oh, what was that, Henry?
Well, Andy, I wonder if there's any chance of you getting the priority on the turkey.
Priority?
Yes, I know that the Army has done took a lot of turkeys this year, which is as it should be. But it just occurred to me that as long as you was getting the turkey for your nephew and his friend, who was in the Army, you might be able to get a priority.
Mm-hmm. Say, yeah, that's worth trying. Where would I go?
Well, I know that there's a special priority board downtown that handles the unusual things like that. I has had occasion to go there myself. As for Miss Spring Byington.
Come on, Kingfish. We is going down there right now.
Did you wish to see me?
Is you Miss Spring Byington?
That's right. Can I help you?
Yes. Tell Miss Byington the whole story, Andy.
Yeah, I'll start at the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
The reason we come down to the rationing boat here is on account of my nephew. You see, he's in the Army, and he's coming home for Thanksgiving.
Oh, isn't that nice? I was just saying to my husband this morning that I wish Harry, he's our nephew, was coming home for Thanksgiving. He's in a camp in the Middle West. But if he can't be, it can't be.
That's right. Now, what I want to explain to you...
On the other hand, Philip, that's my sister's son. He's stationed in Georgia. Oh, a lovely boy. He looks a lot like my sister Elaine.
Yeah, that's good, all right.
Go ahead, Andy. Tell Miss Byington what you want to tell her.
Yeah, I'll begin at the beginning. You see, my nephew is in the Army, and he's coming home for Thanksgiving.
Oh, really? Isn't that nice?
Huh?
I know how happy you must be. You know, I have a nephew, too.
Yes, we know. He lives in the Middle West, and he can't get home for Thanksgiving.
Oh, you know him.
And start at the beginning again, will you?
Well, this nephew and his buddy is coming home for Thanksgiving, and I want to give him a big dinner.
Yeah, and we want you to help us if you can.
Why, of course I will. Now, I suggest that the first thing you do is to get a turkey.
That's what we want to see you about. You see, we ain't got no turkey.
Well, if I were you, I'd hurry up and get one. Tomorrow's Thanksgiving, and I understand they're getting scarce.
We heard the same rumor.
Excuse me, Miss Byington, but we can get priorities here, can't we?
Oh, yes, indeed. That's what we're here for.
Oh, now we're getting somewhere.
Mm-hmm. What kind of a priority was it you wanted? Tires or extra gasoline?
And do you think we are too far from the beginning to go back there again?
Well, we can try going back there once more. You see, my nephew is in the Army, and tomorrow is Thanksgiving Day.
Oh, really? Are you going to have a turkey dinner for him?
Not at the rate we're going, lady, no.
You see, like I said before, that's what we come in to see you about. We can't get one in the whole city, Miss Byington, and you see, this dinner is for a couple of soldiers, and that's why we're trying to get a priority from the government on it. You see, we got all the trimmings, but the trouble is we ain't got nothing to trim.
A priority on a turkey?
Yeah, it's our only chance of getting one. We done scarred the whole town. And I promise you that I won't eat none of the turkey myself. I might dip my bread in the gravy, but that's all.
Well, this is the first request we've had like this. I'd like to help. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll call up regional headquarters and see what they say about it.
Yeah, we'd appreciate it if you would.
You might fill out this application blank in the meantime, just in case.
Okay. Name. I guess I better put Amos Jones' name and address down, too, because that's where we're going to have the dinner.
That'll be fine.
Regional headquarters?
Oh, Dorothy, this is Spring.
Oh, hello, Spring.
I called you last night. You weren't home, you little stay out.
Jeanette and I went over to that millinery class. I'm making the most stunning hat you ever saw.
Oh, you're making me so jealous. I need a hat so badly for my new coat. What kind are you making, Dorothy?
Oh, it's sort of an idea of my own. It's an off-the-face turban.
Oh, that should be gorgeous. Especially with your hair. Oh, anything else new?
No, except that I'm going over to Clara's Sunday afternoon. You going?
Well, I don't know whether Frank's going to play golf or not, but I'll be talking to you before that. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
If there's anything that annoys me, it's some woman calling me when I'm busy and just talking about nothing. Now, where were we?
You called her.
I called her?
You was going to ask her if there was some way that we could get a priority on the turkey.
Well, how do you like that? She hung up without telling me.
You didn't ask her.
I didn't? Oh, I suppose it's my fault. But it's just that girl talks so incessantly and rambles on. What now? Hello?
Spring, this is Dorothy again. You didn't tell me what you called me up for.
Oh, I'm glad you called back, Dorothy. Listen, can we give out a priority order for a turkey?
Well, not that I know of. At least I've never heard of it.
Well, if anybody would know about it, it would be you.
Well, I've never heard of it since I've been here.
Well, that's all I want to know. Thanks, Dorothy.
Bye.
I'm awfully sorry, but there just is no such thing.
Yeah, well, thanks anyway, Miss Byington. We sure appreciate what you try to do for us.
I guess the boys will just have to get along without gasoline. I mean, without a turkey. Goodbye.
No luck at the ration board, huh, fellas?
No, Amos, nothing. And we even went to 6 more butcher shops and still couldn't get none.
Yes, Amos, I'm going to tell you, I know my way around Harlem here, and I know all the ropes. But I tell you, I just about to give up the thing.
Say, I was just wondering, is there any place where we could get a wild turkey, maybe?
Oh, Andy, there ain't no wild turkeys around here. What you talking about? You know, them pilgrims got all of them.
They did, huh?
Sure they did.
Well, tell me this. Does you know a pilgrim that we could call up?
Oh, Andy, that was years and years ago, Andy. By the way, did you see that letter on your desk there that's come for you?
Oh, no. Hey, looky here. There's another letter from Jimmy.
Oh, it is, huh?
Oh, say, maybe his friend ain't coming. Mm-hmm. Then if Jimmy comes up here alone, I can take him out to dinner.
Yeah. Now. Go ahead and read it then, Andy.
Yeah. Dear Uncle Andy, I want to tell you that I...
Now, what do you say, Andy?
He's bringing 3 more fellas.
Andy, what time did Jimmy say that him and his friends would get here?
Well, he say sometime around noon. So I guess they won't be here for an hour or maybe an hour and a half yet. Is it anything else you need, Ruby? I'll go down to the store and get it.
No, Andy, I think we have everything. And I think it's going to be a pretty nice dinner, too.
Yeah, well, I bought everything I could think of.
I know you did, Andy. And I'm going to fix everything just as good as I know how.
Oh, yeah, there ain't no question about that, Ruby. I know that. You is a wonderful cook. But there ain't nobody that can make frankfurters take like turkey.
Oh, but I think that the boys will enjoy their dinner.
Yeah, well, wait a minute. That can't be Jimmy. It's too early for Jimmy.
It might be for me. I'll get it, Amos.
Is there a Mr. Brown here?
Yes. Yes, won't you come in? Andy, there's a lady to see you.
Hello, Mr. Brown.
Oh, hello there. Hello. You is the lady from the ration boat, ain't you?
That's right, and I have a turkey for you. Here.
Oh, a turkey for me?
Yes. You see, we ordered our own turkey about a month ago, and this morning some friends of ours dropped in and gave us a turkey from their farm, and I want you to have it.
Well, gee, I couldn't...
And fortunately, I had this address, that you put on the priority blank, remember? Well, happy Thanksgiving.
Well, I don't know how to thank you. I wouldn't take the thing for myself, but on account of my nephew and his soldier friends coming, it'll sure make it nice for them. How much do I owe you for it?
Oh, you don't owe me anything. It didn't cost me anything. I'm not in the turkey business.
Oh, well, this sure is nice of you, lady.
Yes, it sure is wonderful.
Oh, go on. Well, I've got to run along now and start cooking my own dinner. Goodbye again.
Goodbye.
That sure was sweet of that lady.
Yeah. Now I'll really be able to give them a Thanksgiving dinner. Oh, boy, am I happy.
That turkey sure looks good, don't it? Look at there.
Boy, that turkey sure smell good, too.
Yeah, tell me this, Ruby. When is you going to take it out of the oven?
Oh, it's got about an hour to go yet. I hope the boys get here on time.
Yeah. Look at it there, Amos. Just look at that thing.
Yeah, that's something all right, ain't it?
Yeah. Look at right there. See how it kind of browning up on the breast there? Look at that.
Yeah, look at that. This is getting brown, ain't it?
Oh, boy, wouldn't that turkey be proud if he could see himself right now?
I just got to baste it a little more here.
Yeah.
Look at that gravy going over that breast.
I wonder why they don't make perfume out of that stuff. You know, Amos, that must be them now. Now, remember, do just like we said.
Okay, come on now, Ruby, come on.
Yeah, and just when I put my hand on the doorknob, we start the thing. You ready?
Happy Thanksgiving to you. Happy Thanksgiving.
Oh.
I've got a special delivery letter for Mr. Brown.
For me?
Yeah. Sign right there.
Oh, yes, sir.
At the lodge hall, they told me you were over here.
Thank you.
Okay.
What's the matter, Andy? You look sad.
What is it, Andy?
Yeah, well, I was sad, Amos. But I was proud, too.
What do it say, Andy?
It's from Jimmy.
Yes, huh?
Will not be able to come to New York. Neither will the other boys. We are leaving for a port of embarkation. By the time you get this, we will no doubt be on our way overseas. Love, Jimmy.
You can really be proud of that boy, Andy.
Yeah. God bless him. I sure hope he has a safe trip. many guests did you invite over here for the turkey dinner, Andy?
7 of them.
Who all did you invite?
I don't know their names. Just 7 boys from the USO.
Join us again next week at this same time for the Amos and Andy Show, at which time Amos and Andy will have as their guest the fine picture character actor, Mr. Donald Meek. Our program is shortwave to our armed forces overseas, wherever they may be. This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for all of us and thanking the charming MGM star, Miss Spring Byington, for appearing with us tonight. One more thing before we say goodnight. A reminder that you ladies personally can save the lives of many of our fighting men without budging a step out of your kitchens. Just remember, the waste fats and greases you can save will be made into ammunition and precious sulfur drugs. But no matter how much you save, those waste fats and greases won't do anyone a bit of good until you sell them to your dealer. So don't let them hang around the kitchen. Once you've filled a can, take it right to your meat dealer. The need is so urgent that within 3 weeks, the waste fats and greases you turn in are at the munitions plant. Put them into any kind of tin can. Save those waste fats. Thank you, and good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
From Hollywood, for Hormel and Spam, we present
Crazy People.
George Burns and Gracie Allen.
Spam, rebop, boom, spam. George Burns and Gracie Allen. On the show when his orchestra, the singing glee with a smooth East Three. Last but not least, with Bud Heaston.
Monday night brings another gay Burns and Allen show to your house and another hint for serving a warm weather supper. Get a can of Spam, S-P-A-M. Slice this tender, juicy, grand-tasting meat and serve with tomatoes stuffed with cottage cheese. Add your favorite iced drink, a simple dessert, and you have a swell supper you can fix in a jiffy. Dad and the youngsters will like the tasty flavor of Spam. The way this delicious meat fills up a husky appetite. That's the easy shortcut to summer meals. Let Spam, a Hormel product, do the work. Get a supply at your food store. Just ask for Spam, the meat of many uses that keeps without refrigeration. Be sure to try the easy recipes on the label. You'll be surprised what Spam can do for your meals. Time now to present the stars of our show, and here they are, those two Spam-happy people, George and Gracie.
Thank you very much.
Now, don't forget, Bob, what you promised before the broadcast. It's a date tonight.
Well, you and Bud have a date?
Yeah.
Yes, George. Gracie wants me to take her to the Hollywood Bowl.
This might be a surprise to you, but there's nothing going on at the Hollywood Bowl tonight.
Well, there will be when we get there, if you know what I mean.
I think I know what you mean, but before you get yourself involved in this little romance, Bud, it would be sort of a nice idea to meet Gracie's family.
Oh, are they a sociable lot?
Congenial. I met her brother, the dentist, and I said hello, and he nicely pulled out 14 of my teeth.
From which pocket, George?
The inside pocket, some family.
Oh, yeah, but you should see my uncle's family. 17 in one room, and yesterday...
17 people in one room?
Yes.
How do they live?
They take in boarders.
Guess that's better than walking around in the hot sun.
By the way, George, how did you and Gracie enjoy the kiddie party you went to last week, given in honor of baby Sandy?
It was terrific. All the grown-ups got into kiddie costumes, and all night long, baby Sandy sat in the corner.
Well, George, I saw what she wore. She sat in 3 corners.
Well, that covers that. Oh. For me? Oh, thanks. Some party. Edward G. Robinson and Jimmy Cagney skipping rope all night.
Oh, yeah. Boy, was Skinny and us angry.
Hey, what was he angry about?
He was the rope.
Oh, that's a new twist.
Hey, George.
Oh, say, you have to wait. I'm a scream tonight. What?
Come here.
Oh, secret, huh?
Yes. You know that every time Jimmy Cagney gets a new girl, he just can't seem to hold on to her.
I see. Incompatibility?
No, incompatible Brian.
Gracie, stop whispering, and I'm not going to any more of these boring kiddie parties.
Well, what about the dart game? Now, wasn't that a lot of fun?
Yeah, whoever would hit the bullseye got to kiss Dorothy L'Amour. I not only didn't hit the bullseye, I missed the target altogether.
Well, George, instead of a dart, you should have used a can of Spam.
Spam?
You know, cold or hot, Spam hits the spot.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, George, Dorothy L'Amour was there?
That's right, Bud.
You know, I went out with her once.
Really?
Yeah. I took her out one night, and we went home and sat in the parlor, and I read poetry to her, and all of a sudden she turned off the light.
Well, what happened?
I turned it back on. I can't read in the dark.
I see. You know, there's one thing I can't understand, Bud. At the party, the master of ceremonies introduced everybody to do something. And when it got to me, he forgot my name.
Don't worry about it, Harry.
Harry? My name happens to be George.
Oh, pardon me? I keep thinking it's Tuesday.
Well, it might interest you to know that at the party, I had an offer to make a picture from a gentleman named Joe Pasternak.
Joe Pasternak? Who's that?
Who's that?
Yeah.
He only happens to be the producer who's responsible for the success of Deanna Durbin and Gloria Jean. He started in the picture business with shorts, and in no time he came through.
Wore out the shorts, huh?
Yeah, slid down the banisters. Well, anyway, Mr. Pasternak is looking for a comedian for his next picture, and he's coming up here to see me.
Oh, you going to help him find one?
Remember me, George Burns, comedian. Last week the audience screamed when I wore those funny pants. Didn't I have them laying in the aisles?
Yeah, well, you should have worn suspenders.
Artie, Shaw, you were here last week. How are those laughs?
Great, George.
About 106, weren't they?
107.
107, huh?
Yeah, you got one, too.
Oh, yeah, well, leave it to the boys. Boys, didn't I get a lot of laughs last week? Well, fellas, didn't I? Oh, sure. Thanks, boys.
Sí, cómo no. Tú eres muy chistoso. Yo me muero de risa cada vez que dices un chiste.
Guitar player, Senor Lee, what is it?
Senor Burns, to me, you are a very funny man.
Well, thanks.
When you tell jokes, you tickle me punk.
You tickle me, punk? That's wrong.
Perdóname. You tickle me, punk.
Yeah.
That's better, yes. Artie, what are you going to play tonight?
George, come here.
Oh, a secret, huh?
Yeah, I've got a special arrangement of April showers.
Why are you whispering?
Well, Senor Lee, my guitar player, doesn't like that number, and he's hard of hearing.
Senor Lee is hard of hearing?
That's right.
Why, that's a beautiful number. Oh, when April showers fall.
See, George, you might turn out to be another Nelson Eddy.
Well, come your way on, Nelson Eddy. Take away his hair, and what have you got?
Jack Benny.
Oh, quiet. Leave it to Artie Shaw. He happens to be a great musician. What do you think of my voice, Artie?
Well, personally, George, I think you picked the wrong kind of numbers.
You do?
Yeah, you should sing Home on the Range.
Home on the Range?
Yeah, and then Turn on the Gas.
You'll have to go a long way to find a better singer than I am.
From there to here is far?
You're a better singer than I am?
You really think so?
I don't believe you can sing at all.
I will do a number for you now that will kill you to pieces.
Well, all right. Kill me to pieces. Let's hear it.
When April showers...
Oh, that's enough. That's enough. That was Sweet Sue, played by Artie Shaw and his orchestra. And, Artie, you're not only a swell musician, but you're a nice guy.
Thanks, George, and you're a nice guy.
And you're easy to get along with.
You're easy to get along with, too.
And, confidentially, you've got a lot of talent. Well...
Thanks, George.
Now, listen, everybody. When Mr. Pasternak gets here, remember, I run the show. I get the idea for the show, I write it, direct it, produce it, and act in it. Get it?
Okay, Austin.
Awesome. My name is George.
I keep thinking it's Tuesday.
You can stop with that, too. You don't even know who Orson Welles is.
I do, too. He's making a picture for 21st Century Fox.
21st Century Fox? It's 20th Century Fox.
Well, by the time he finishes the picture, it'll
be 21st Century Fox. Yeah. Well, anyway, he's a big producer, and when he... Just a minute. Hello? Who? Gracie, it's for you.
Hello? Gracie Allen Spam's Meatheart speaking.
Spam's Meatheart, that's good.
Who? Who, Bessie? Oh, that's too bad. Goodbye.
Well, that's a smart phone conversation.
Well, George, that was my sister Bessie. You know, she's the one who's married to an aviator. He's a stunt flyer, you know.
A stunt flyer?
Yes. He went up in the air last week, and he looped the loop 50 times, and when he was going into it for the 51st time, he saw something coming toward him that frightened him to death.
What did he say?
His aeroplane.
His aeroplane?
He dropped 20,000 feet.
Well, didn't he have a parachute?
Sure, he pulled the string for 20 minutes.
And, what happened?
He unraveled his underwear.
He unraveled his underwear. I wonder what's keeping that producer. Let me see. When he comes, what can I do to impress him? First, I'll get the orchestra to give me a terrific fanfare. Then I can do those Bob Hope type of jokes.
Senor Burns, why don't you tell a griddle?
A griddle?
I know some very funny griddles.
Well, let's hear a funny griddle.
This is a very hard one to guess. Griddle. What's the difference between?
Between what?
Stuck, eh?
Some griddle. Bud, when Mr. Pasternak comes in, I want to make an impression on him. So will you tell him something nice about me?
Well, certainly, George. I'll tell him about the salaries you pay everybody.
Do you think that'll impress him?
But sure, it's the little things that count.
Well, that'll be nice.
George, I've got an idea that might help you.
What is it, Artie?
Well, I've got a wonderful reference about myself, and when Pasternak comes in, I can switch it and say it's about you.
Swell, Artie.
Listen to it. You are a very bright person, one that makes friends easily. You have great talent and are destined to reach the greatest heights of success.
That's wonderful. Where'd you get it, Artie?
Out of a weighing machine.
Well, that's a great help.
Oh, George, I think you're silly. You don't need any help. When he comes in, just act natural. Just get up and tell a few jokes and sing a few songs. Let him see the real you. All right, so you won't get the job.
Now, stop helping. I know what I'll do. I'll tell him a few of my ideas. I'll impress him with my brains.
Sure, it's the little things that count.
I think I've got it. Hey, sound man, 4 years in Harvard. Come here.
Mr. Burns, just a moment. I'm reading the Encyclopedia Britannica.
Would you mind turning to the last page?
Why?
I want to see who gets the girl.
Oh, quiet. Sound man, come here. Look, I need a high-class introduction. And I know that you've had an education.
In what language do you want this introduction? I know Esperanto, Arabian, Sanskrit, Phoenician, Latin.
Do you know any Greek?
Only Pakyakakis.
Look, I want a flowery introduction in high-class English. Get the point?
Mr. Burns, I believe I have formulated in my mind an introduction befitting one of your position in radio.
Well, give out. Let's hear it.
Listen. Ladies and gentlemen, when you introduce a great playwright, you don't say William Shakespeare, you say Shakespeare. When you introduce a great actress, you don't say Greta Garbo, you say Garbo. The same is true in the field of comedy. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to introduce George Burns.
Well, thanks very much, and remind me to give you a new doll for Christmas. And now the Smoothies, Babs, Charlie, and Little will sing Mr. Meadowlark.
George,
Yeah?
is there any chance of us getting in the picture?
Well, have you ever had any experience?
Experience? We've been in all the RKO pictures.
In all the RKO pictures? What did you do? Oh, that's beautiful, beautiful. The beginning of the picture. Well, just sing your little number. Wait a minute. This is probably Mr. Pasternak. Come in.
Hello, everybody. Hello, Mr. Pasternak.
Gracie, it's your girlfriend, Bubbles. Pasternak is a producer. Did you ever hear of Three Smart Girls?
That's Bubbles.
It is,
Say, George, the girl at the information desk told me to tell you that Mr. Pasternak called, and he said he'd be right over.
Well, thanks, Bubbles.
And Gracie, did I get a thrill? I was just down at the drugstore, and they named a sandwich after me. Really? Uh-huh. It's a triple-decker chicken sandwich. You don't say. Yes, 2 chickens between 3 loaves of bread.
Well, that's a nice little tidbit. What's killing you now, Gracie?
Oh, remember, Bubbles, when you got on the scale at the drugstore the other day? Yes, and the scale was broken and it only registered 60 pounds. One kid turned to the other. He said, "Look, Jimmy, she's hollow." go.
Mr. Meadowlark, we got an awful lot of serenading to do. Mr. Meadowlark, I'm just a city slicker and I'm counting on you. She's got a country guy who whistles, my whistle is thin. So when I begin, that's where you come in. Mr. Meadowlark, if you should come again to when I'm kissing my chick. Needless to remark, I hope you'll have the decency to exit the quick. If Mrs. M thinks you're outstepping, I'll make it alright. Mr. Meadowlark, meet me in the dark tonight. In the city, I'm a loving guy, but in the country, I don't know why. I'm sitting there feeling blue as can be, looking at him. I'm sitting there looking, my mind's a cooking. I'm sitting there looking, my mind's a cooking. So I says to him, now look, little bird, I'm going to tell you something that you never have heard.
Oh, Mr. Meadowlark, we've got an awful lot of serenading to do.
We have Mr. Meadowlark, I'm just a city sneaker and I'm counting on you, on you. She's got a country guy who whistles, my whistle is thin. So when I begin, that's where you come in. Mr. Meadowlark, if you should come again to win a kiss my chick, needless to remark, I hope you'll have the decency to exit but quick. If Mrs. M thinks you're outstepping, I'll make it all right. Just listen, Mr. Meadowlark, meet me in the dark tonight.
Friends, Spam keeps without refrigeration, and we...
Bud,
Yes, Gracie?
say that again.
Spam keeps without refrigeration?
Yeah, say it again.
Spam keeps without refrigeration.
Again.
Spam keeps without refrigeration.
Again.
Spam keeps without refrigeration. Say, what is this? I've already said it 5 times.
Yeah, I know, but I like to watch you say it.
You like to watch me say it? Why?
Well, it's so cute the way it makes your Adam's apple go up and down.
Well, Gracie, I don't know what Spam does to my Adam's apple, but I certainly know what it will do to your appetite. And friends, I know that you don't want to spend a lot of time in the kitchen these warm days, but when Dad and the youngsters say, we're hungry, you've got to fill them up. Now, that's the time to let Spam, S-P-A-M, do the work. Spam keeps without refrigeration.
There goes again.
So it's always ready for quick action. Just open a can of this tender, grand-tasting meat, slice, and serve with sliced tomato, cottage cheese, or any one of your favorite summer salads. Men folks like the meaty flavor, the satisfying goodness of Spam. And you'll like it because you don't have to cook Spam. Just open the can, and it's all ready to eat, the perfect thing for hurry-up meals. Get a can or two when you shop tomorrow. Just ask for Spam, S-P-A-M, and try the easy recipes on the label. Then you'll know why Spam is America's perfect hot weather food.
Slice it, dice it, fry it, bake it, cold or hot, Spam hits the spot.
Maurice, that was a grand job with Mr. Meadowlark. You know, I love to listen to harmony. You know, I used to be with a quartet.
Oh, pardon me.
You know, Gracie, when you sneeze the other way.
I don't know any other way.
You know, I used to sing with the Pee Wee Quartet, and I was. Now this might be Joe Pasternak. Now remember, everybody, I'm your boss, so on your toes, I want to impress him. Come in. Oh, Mr. Pasternak. Hello, Mr. Pasternak. Hello, George. Gracie, take Mr. Pasternak's hat and coat.
While he's still looking?
Just take it, Gracie. Just take it.
George, I rushed right over, but I can't stay very long. You see, I'm in the middle of a new picture, Seven Sinners, with Marlene Dietrich.
I know.
I've been working very hard. Now, tonight I'll have to go back and probably be stuck with Marlene Dietrich until 3 in the morning.
Should happen to me.
Mr. Pasternak, do you rehearse the actors, too?
I do all the scenes for them. If it's a love scene, I do that, too.
You mean you kiss them?
Oh, I kissed all the movie stars.
Really? Oh, tell me, is it a thrill to kiss Clark Gable?
Gracie, please.
Miss Ellen, who'd want to kiss Clark Gable?
Should happen to me.
So, Mr. Pasternak, the comedy part of your next picture's still open, huh?
Yes, George, that's why I'm here. As a matter of fact, I had nothing but George Burns for the last few weeks.
Really? Who's been telling you about me?
You have.
Well, you're not making any mistake. Artie Shaw, do I get a lot of laughs on this program?
Yes, indeed. Mr. Pasternak, George has more talent in his little finger than Benny, Allen, and Hope together, it says here.
Mr. Pasternak, wasn't that a funny line that Artie Shaw just pulled? I wrote that joke.
It says here.
Quiet.
Senor Pasternak, Mr. Burns has a large talent. Listening to him sing has learned me a lot.
Lee, it isn't learned you. It's taught you.
Ah, sí, gracias. Senor Pasternak, listening to Mr. Burns sing, it's torture.
Well, that's much better. Well, anyway, Mr. Pasternak, I'm not that I need the money, but I'd love to make a picture for you. I was on the Universal lot before. I got a big kick out of it.
Oh, yes, he got a big kick out of Paramount. He got a kick out of RKO, and he got a kick out of MCM.
Quiet.
Oh, I can go on like this for years.
Mr. Pasternak, what's the plot of the picture?
Well, George, you know, it's a typical Hollywood story. Boy meets girl meets boy meets girl, boy meets boy. They meet at 8 o'clock, they meet again at 10.
Sounds like a lot of meat.
I put a lot of meat in there because I know this was a spam program.
Well, it's really nice of you to mention spam, Mr. Pasternak.
George, I'm no fool. If the picture business blows over, I might try radio.
Oh, well, what would you do in radio?
When April showers move.
Oh, I see. You too,
Let me out of here. 4 years in Harvard.
Sound man, what's bothering you now?
Joe Pasternak, picture producer who has a voice like Donald Duck with a bad cold, is a guest star on this program. Mr. Burns, whose voice sounds like ripping a rag, is the star of this program. I won the Nobel Prize for diction. And this is what I do for a living.
Mr. Pasternak, didn't you come up here to sign a fellow up for a comedy role in the picture?
Okay, George, I'm ready.
Well, let me take you into the control room, and then you can hear those big laughs I get much better. Come on, Mr. Pasternak.
Now, listen, everybody. George really wants this job, and for once, I think we ought to help him.
Sure, I do, too.
Now, I've heard him rehearsing those jokes he's going to tell, and he needs plenty of help. But I've got an idea. Bubbles.
Yes, Gracie.
You stand at the back of George, and when he gets to the finish of each joke, you dance a rumba.
But, Gracie, I weigh 350 pounds. When I start to shake, people will laugh.
That's the idea.
Well, I got it. That's wonderful, Gracie. Pasternak will think they're laughing at George. George will get the job.
And we'll all live happily ever after.
Well, here comes George now.
Yeah, well, now get ready to rumba, Bubbles.
Okay.
Well, he's in there. Now for some funny stuff. Well, good evening, folks. On my way to the studio tonight, I dropped into a department store, and I said to the floor walker, I want to ask the salesgirl on the 5th floor for a date. How do I get up there? And he said, escalator. And I said, escalator nothing. I'll esca right now.
Bubbles.
Oh, boy.
Green.
What a laugh. I got him rolling out front.
They're rolling in back, too.
Say, folks, you should meet my girl. She's really a honey. I call her Knob because she's something to adore. Oh, boy. What a scream. Am I a success? Hip, hip, hooray.
Well, I don't know about the hooray, but those hips are doing all right.
Of course, folks, my girl isn't very healthy. She's a little puny. You know what a puny is. A puny is a small horse. Imagine such an old joke getting such a big laugh.
He's only 34.
Who's only 34?
Oh, first, Mr. Pasternak.
Oh, well, let me do the talking. Well, Joe, how did you like it?
It was terrific, George. I never heard such a laugh. I got a contract right here.
Really? You really mean it? A contract for me?
No, for the fat girl who did the funny dance while you were telling those broken-down jokes.
That girl? Well, doing a funny dance. Well, that's a fine thing. I give an audition and Bubbles gets the job.
Well, goodbye, George. I'm leaving tonight on the talent search. I'm going east to get some new faces.
New faces? But, Mr. Pasternak, what about me?
Oh, yeah, Mr. Pasternak. Get one for George, too.
Is that so?
Okay, Gracie.
Before George and Gracie say goodnight, they asked me to suggest that you try Spam tomorrow. Just open a can of this delicious meat. It's all ready to eat. Slice and serve in Spamwiches or with your favorite summer salad. You'll find everybody in your house likes the meaty flavor, the lip-smacking goodness of Spam. Get a can or two at your food dealers. Try the easy recipes on the label. You'll discover that with Spam, you save kitchen time and serve wholesome food.
Well, Gracie, say goodnight.
Oh, wait. I promised to say goodnight to the detail retailers who are holding their convention in St. Paul.
The detail retailers?
Yes.
You mean the retail meat dealers?
Well, it doesn't make a difference.
No, far be me from it. Good night, folks. Good night.
Listen again next Monday night, same time, same station, for George Burns and Gracie Allen, with Artie Shaw and his orchestra, and the Smoothies, brought to you by Hormel and Spam. Until then, this is Bud Heaston reminding you to remember that cold or hot, Spam hits the spot. Have you tried Hormel chili con carne? You may think you don't like chili, but chili con carne, the way Hormel makes it, is different, and everybody likes it. Double your money back if you don't like it. Try Hormel chili con carne tomorrow. This is the National Broadcasting Company.